There we go. All right. All right. I'm just about done pouting. How we doing, everybody? Happy Monday. We're back playing more Miles Edgeworth Investigations. Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth, the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection remaster. For the first time. We just finished case number 3. We got introduced to the greatest thief of all time, Kay Faraday. And now we're about to do a flashback about when Edgeworth first met Gumshoe, and I'm super excited. And I hope you are too. My day was kind of crushed. What do you want first? Do you want the Ace Attorney fandom relevant crush dreams moment, or do you want the thing that's super irrelevant first? All of this dumbs down to your boy's broke. Thank you again to all the channel members. Please consider hitting that join button. Consider donating if you can. All that money goes back into the channel, paying for games, paying off equipment. And if there's anything left over, that all goes into bills, like the internet bill, which is running smooth today. We connected to the stream fast. Can we get a shout out to paying our bills? The ghosts. Ghost Hunter, hardly. Okay. So I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool? Because I might still do my pumpkin carving stream in October on the main channel. We usually do that. The last couple haven't gotten a lot of love, and I've been really consistent with main channel content this year, which sucks. But I like doing it. I think it's super fun. And I thought, oh, wouldn't it be cool to have one of those little spirit boxy thingies running? And like running during the stream. And if it like picks up words or something like, oh, like it's scary. And I was like, how much are those things? $600. Chat, I want you to do something way more productive with any of your income, whether you got a job or allowance or insurance money, whatever, than ever spending $600 on ghost equipment. I thought this would be fun and cool and cute. I'm not paying like almost a month of rent. I'd rather buy a PS5 Pro, and we all know how I feel about console prices these days. I'm so upset, 'cause I'm like, that'd be really fun. Like, I thought maybe $100. I thought maybe $100. I'm like, that'd be a cute, fun little thing. Never mind. It hurt my feelings. Also, I found at a used goods store, I found a copy of Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton for $100. And I was really bummed that I don't have the money for that. But your boy got moderate news from the dentist, and his insurance claim is being appealed because it was denied. So let's go, Poggers. Let's go, system. It's not destroyed. I didn't get direct eye contact from a medical professional that I trust going, something's wrong with this system. We're going to do our best. So we're doing great. That's so expensive for only a bit of fun. No, I agree. No, Bill is not buying a Ouija board. I'm on the fence about tarot. I don't know how I feel about tarot. I think it's fun because it's about analyzing the draw as well as the pictures. And I'm like, yeah, that's media analysis. Poggers, let's go. You know? Ouija boards scare the crap out of me, though. I've seen too many movies. Anyway, we're back. We're chilling. Everyone get situated. No, I'm not going to... Shame on any of you. This isn't an invitation to send me one in the P.O. box. $600, money, please. So, no, we're not raising money for me to buy a piece of ghost equipment for a bit. We're not doing that. That's cool. Yeah, my thing is, like, sometimes I look at occulty kind of stuff. I don't even know if that's the right word for it, but, like, anything supernaturally like that, the same way I do any religious paraphernalia, where I'm kind of like bees. I'm like, just in case, I'll leave it alone, and it will for sure leave me alone. But I think I'd be more inclined to do tarot or like palm reading than anything else. I don't feel like that's so... And maybe it's the media not scaring me. But Ouija boards are ridiculous. I had a bit of a mental snap at a mall recently. I was looking for Halloween stuff, and I saw Christmas stuff instead at a department store where my grandma got me a gift card there for my birthday. And I was looking for something cool to wear for the fall, and all I saw, I mostly saw Christmas stuff, and I threw up my mouth. I did talk to the person who works at the game store at that mall, who told me that they had to return a Ouija board because it was just a misprint where it said like A, B, C, D, E, F, and then just F, 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 F. And I thought that was incredible. Because I guess the person called them and said, it's not working. Like, the Ouija board I bought from you isn't working. And, like, it was such a strange conversation. But anyway. F in the chat for them ghosties. Phone apps. I wanted it to be the actual little thing. It's all probably... I can't follow the explanation of how the spirit box stuff works. So I don't want to call it nonsense and be rude, but it doesn't seem very explainable. Which makes me suspicious. I'm iffy on it. Anyway, I'm full of piss and vinegar. Big shout out to anyone who indulged me on Patreon recently. I did a little ranty, anxious video there. And it helped a lot. Until I felt like Halloween's getting skipped over again this year. Part of it is the planet. It's still super hot. And that super sucks. We need to save the planet so I can have my Halloween fall time. I can't have soup or get bundled up in a blankie and watch spooky things if it's 85 degrees outside, chat. Chat, fix it. Picks and vinegar? What? Is that what I said? My bad. Oh, I said piss. Anyway, remember to like, subscribe, consider donating if you can, or becoming a member, getting some merch, or donating at thethirdbill.com. Kids in Minnesota can actually wear those paper-thin costumes outside now. Yeah, I guess that's one positive. Way to find the one positive in global warming. Kids can wear those super cheap costumes now. We need to save the planet. F and chat for the planet. Okay, we've stalled long enough. Resume playing from this? Yeah. Yes. Beginning opening, turnabout. Yes. Okay. We've stalled long enough. I like to wait until everyone's a little situated or got the notification before we start. But yeah. Let's go. Turnabout. I almost said turnabout beginnings. That ain't right. Turnabout reminiscence. I guess Kay also knows everybody from this flashback. That's what she said. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. I remember that night. I just might... 7 years earlier. The judge is back. Oh my god, are we back in the courtroom? Wood. Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. Hi. I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to... Don't you get it? I know the true identity of Yatagarasu. Hi. What's everything? I can't control the text boxes. I'm sorry. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you stuck into the embassy. Why are you wearing flip-flops to court? Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? That's exactly what... Mr. Rell, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please, listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You've got to believe me. How did he fade if he's still in the same spot? In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Ah, it's good to be back, baby. I couldn't do that voice for other people, and that makes me worried in my abilities. I'm sorry, there's a little play place in the lobby? What's happening? A water fountain? September 10th. We a little forgot 9/11 this year. Why was the VMAs on 9/11? And shout out to Taylor Swift for never forgetting. Anyway, it's been a weird year. Also, can we get a Pog in chat for the third lobby? Capcom, just send me free things, Capcom. You keep referencing me like this, I appreciate it. Credit and gifts. Free copy of the game. Come on. Could have saved $40. That could go towards my ghost hunting stuff. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. Oh, yeah, he's in his Von Karma cosplay. His Von Sona. Karmsona? Karmsona. He doesn't know yet. Wow, 7 years ago. He doesn't know that his kink is Karma. He doesn't know that Karma is his boyfriend on the Chiefs. He wasn't allowed to listen to anything from the music, the culture. This is we'll say stifled Miles Edgeworth because of his upbringing. Someone in chat. Actually, Bill, if you read the manga, Von Karma is actually a very supportive dad. They retconned it. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. Repressed edgy. Save Edgeworth. Let Miles speak. Let Miles speak. He just spoke. Sorry, I got here late. I had to take my bike. So it is my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Well, those are some strong shoulders to live up to. Edgeworth! Oh, oops. Oh my god, no, I nailed it. Oh my god, Chibi Von Karma, get away from my children. Hold on. Chat, he can't hurt you. I won't let him. Da-ding. Sir. Don't you do it. Have you read all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I memorized everything there is to know. Very good. Choose you too. Thank you for the 5. Let Bratworth listen. Chapel Road has got it dented. Thank you for the 5. I can't. That's not enough money to send me back in time 7 years ago so I can give him Chapel Roan. And even, I can't even give him a Brat Summer, which I didn't have a Brat Summer because I didn't even listen to that. Salt in the wound. Sorry, that was really good. Oh, God. Wait, was he really? Von Karma? What have you been supportive? I guess even murderers don't have to be homophobes. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I'm honored and proud. He doesn't know what he said yet, but pause up anyway, chat. Can we get a vibes in chat from the members? Use those beautiful custom emojis. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. Stop manipulating my boy's daddy issues. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Chibi Von Karma is kind of... This is like the part of like the Play School collection. You know, when there'd be like toys based off of like the current hot animated movie. This is the toy kids would pick the least. Speaking of, I'm jealous that this kid has Blue Badger merch and I don't. Do I talk to Papa? Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his... Oh my god, that's a face. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Bjorn Faraday gave the order. Brian? Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byron Faraday? Huh. He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. He's all, oh, we shouldn't fabricate evidence. We should go with what actually happened. Nonsense. He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Vigilantism? Chad, is he Batman? Those who cannot be brought to court, that is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. Touches his chest. Hey, there you stay, good old Benny the Bullet. You're so right, Manfred. You're so smart. Thanks, Benny the Bullet. There are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor is it Byron Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do... Oh, shit. You shouldn't have. Burn? Show them all the power of Von Karma! So have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. There's nothing in the... Okay, whatever. We're fine. I memorized everything that was written down in the case files. Well, then explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood? Oh, thank God. This is a recap for me. I thought I was supposed to, like, look around the room or something. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Oh, that's funny, but God damn it. Codopian Embassy. The victim, Mr. Dademan, was a staff member at the embassy. These are the kind of puns I miss. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackerel, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed sus. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a GUN. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu has successfully infiltrated the Codopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Dademan. This episode of Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth was written by Hideo Kojima. Deadman? Porter? I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. Please say that joke was poggers, chat. Such gamer. Please laugh. Please clap. Type that you are clapping. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's shit, but I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. He's in the same flip-flops. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors gallery. Upon seeing that the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder, I did it because I was told to. Kill this one because I told you to. Because you told me to. By the real Yatagarasu, Byron Faraday. Actually, it's Brian. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. Ding. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Codopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG8 incident. The second KG8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough. Huh. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? We got Slimine, Dilsk, and now KG8. Sir, what do you mean by the second KG8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Flashback within a flashback. Now you play as Von Karma. Take a look at these documents. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. Shouldn't it be in pre-K by now? Mentor hardly. You've heard of the Amano group scandal before, correct? There's a kid. Wow, what a display! It cuts to, he was murdered. What? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano group's director, was arrested. Oh, yeah. That was all stuff that happened in the last case, under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU. Nice. CCU was an employee of the Amano group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Oh, F in the chat. Wasn't a Codopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Codopian by the name of Many Kochin? By the name of Many Kochin was the suspect. However, due to the lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Can't say unsolved, huh? They still own that? Lack of evidence? Ha! If only I was in charge of the case, I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. Everything. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated. Haha, what an unproblematic king. Never heard a fly, that Von Karma. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Ding. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG8 incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you were currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on! Here you go, Slugger. And he just gives him some, oh, what's that gum where it's like, it's legitimately teaching kids how to use, like, chewing tobacco pouches? Big League Chew. Gives him some Big League Chew. Here you go, sport. The victim was murdered just... My mom had a fit when my Little League coach gave us Big League Chew. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG incident. Yes. Yet, there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief, Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? I better find out more. Oh my god. Can we just get a cutscene? I love it. I know that there's an autoplay button, and I'm scared one day I will press it by mistake and then not get trophies. Can you just tell me the whole story? I just want to curl up. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Codopian embassy, what could he, or she, or they have been after? King. He can't repress all of it. Pause up, chat. I thought I forced the gender binary back into you. No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. What? To steal any suspicious... Okay. Or, more likely, to steal secrets from the Codopian embassy itself, since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. We're talking about, like, classified espionage documents in front of a child, the child's guardian, and an old lady. What was it the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment, and for some reason, I'm not trusted with stuff. What, because I just fabricate some evidence, suddenly I'm not trustworthy? My clients never get acquitted. Still, I find it very ironic. I'm like an inverse Hamilton. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? Criminator, I hardly. That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu cases. Oh, I didn't catch that. As in K. Faraday. There's so many names to remember, and I'm doing all these silly voices. He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the Kajate incident and the Yatagarasu case? Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. Oh, hey kiddo, where'd you get that balloon, huh? Get her out of here. I'm about to put her dad in jail. What is it, little girl? Ah, she just runs away. The scary man smells like bullet. Did that take a second? Yeah. Yes, Queen. Little, I guess not Queen, Princess Faraday? Queen, let's go. Legend, icon, Stan. You're scary, mister. Da-ding. You smell like bullet. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with... Oh, I might actually cry. My grandpa, when he would come back from business trips and stuff, he would trade my pennies for the change. And I thought I had a coin collection as a kid. I'm okay. I miss him a lot. We're hitting that time of year, chat. We're hitting that time of year. And I swear to God, if Mariah Carey smashes a pumpkin on November 1st, I'm gonna scream. I want to trade these coins with you. Oh, God. Fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies, but it looks like you've exactly $1. Oh! Is this what you want? What you really, really want? Why do you suddenly are like his height in the side-by-side? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Could that child be here to watch the trial? Yeah, kids these days don't have YouTubers like The Third Bill or streamers like Bill Chill Gaming. Back in those olden days, they would just watch murder trials. Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful of a child like that to be running around inside the court. Okay, chat, show me where exactly on the doll is Von Karma a good dad. Show me which manja. Come on. I know you bring comics to class. Pass them up front. You won't get in trouble. I just have a drawer and I'm collecting all your manga. Soon I'll have all the One Pieces. How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? Says the man who... like, someone's overcompensating for, like, his small judicial energy. Am I right, chap? Does anyone have no respect for this country's judicial system anymore? No, chat. I give you permission to find that adorable. The paperwork... The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? Oh, I'm so sorry. I could have you mopping the courthouse instead of protecting it. I don't think that's how it works. In an instant. I mean, he'd be getting paid with great benefits to mop, so dude, take it. Da-ding, gulp. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. Huh, a proud one you are. Baby, you were born this way. No, don't do the finger. No, Edgeworth. Look at that kid. He's taking it all in. I'm gonna accuse innocent people of their guilt. Wow, Dad, do you think one day I could manipulate the judicial system in favor of my personal gains so I can ruin society and have people executed for crimes they didn't commit? Sure, Johnny, follow your dreams. You'd better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. When I grow up, I'm gonna manipulate the court system just like them, Dad. September 10th, 4 p.m. Why did we it looks nice. We updated this. Just what's going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? Oh, I'm not sure. I really wasn't paying attention. Oh my God, the judge has legs. Ah, oh, these old things. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. Oh my God. I hear this will be our first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? What? I could have sworn I heard a... Good old Judge the Judge. Could have sworn I heard a popper going off. I hardly... Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume. However... Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? Speaking of blasting... Yep. Anyway, whoever set off that really loud popper in the parking lot, come on now. It's an emergency, sirs. Oh my God, Gummy. Silence. There shall be no yelling in the sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courthouse at once. So, is that the same coat and it just grows green with age? Please wait. You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Definite lobby no to. Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead. Whoa. What? What? So I win. Perfect win record still on. They've had hot dogs here this whole time? So wait, when Maya was held hostage for like 2.5 days and everyone was talking, we couldn't have just gotten her a hot dog or some jerky or some juice? Nothing? Young Judges for Justice. Is that like a summer camp? I'm sorry, I'm so distracted. Is that a summer camp for kids who want to be judges when they grow up? Oh my God. Oh my God. And I love her earrings. I too love Better Call Saul. She's a Better Call Saul girly. Shit. Stay back. No one's allowed on the crime scene, period. Just who does this oddball think he is? It's a fine looking coat you're wearing. This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rell's defense attorney? Hey you, no running in the hallway, pal. And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Ants. Why are there ants? What is this, a courtroom for ants? I'll get them all found guilty. The sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. And it looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. My eyes have locked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. As a student of Von Karma, I refuse to back down. I won. Edgeworth? Honey? You okay? Bark, bark. It's another prosecutor. Bark, bark. Being repressed damages him. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here?
I have already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid.
Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know.
Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid?
Ding? Is he threatening me? Hot. What are you, he's reaching for his gun? Where's that going? It's just a mirror. How dare you trick me like that?
Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackrell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. I don't know what kind of voice this is, but I'm trying to develop it as we go.
It's because he has a lozenge in his mouth. Cannon. Yeah. That's the stick in his mouth is really throwing me off my game. I'm trying to pretend. Is there anyone else who went into defendant lobby no to?
Yeah, the big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. I'm his dad. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room.
If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct?
Maybe.
Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed? I kind of love the monochromatic vibe of this character. It looks like he was pulled out of like a Sin City graphic novel. Like he's not from this anime. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court?
Homicides aren't my only gig. Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments.
So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not?
Well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son.
Son? Call me son one more time!
That was good.
Thank you. It's been a long time since I've tried to do my Lynn voice. Thank you. Chat, was I the original Hamilton? I'll never tell. Thank you. I'm not your son, Pops. What are we going to do about those ants? You're tall. Actually, yeah, that's... Ooh. I feel safe here. All right, hi. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute's newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. See, I do the point. And the little not wink. How do you close one eye but you don't wink? It just closes. Von Karmas don't wink, or at least not Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Da-ding. Do not take me for some naive novice. Oh my god. Ha 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 ha. So you're a student of Von Karma. I should've. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Ma'am, I just complimented your Better Call Saul earrings. Please, be nice. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Edgeworth? Honey? Thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto U. Callisto U? Callisto. Callisto U? Callisto U. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court. But of course, I have heard much about you, Miss U. It looks like you have a napkin in your collar. But of course, I have heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? F in the chat. Edgeworth was unappreciated in his time. I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court only until a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back to the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. I don't know why I stopped trying to give her a voice. I think it's all the laughing. The ding? That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ugh, unimportant character. You can tell. Hey, Gummy. Your coat's new. Is this the only coat you'll ever buy? And you are... Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Ugh, point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, meet young Detective Gumshoe. You're a prosecutor too? Pleased to meet ya. Thanks, Miles Edgeworth. You've been a real pal. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor. A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I've told you my name. Now, would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe, and just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Haha, this way I was born. Damn it. He just holds his hand up. This way I was born. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe? A little on the nose, isn't it? Would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Were you born that way? Oh, close. Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge, so you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2. So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot. Then I kind of froze. TM. You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. Wow. Go off, King. Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby No 2 together, and both men were lying there dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, you didn't hear a single sound of commotion? Miss you. Miss you too. There's someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? Cadopian. Jesus, I'm sorry. Cadopian. A Cadopian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin. Cochin Manny? What? Ding. What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny Cochin ding? I'll be right there. God, there's so many voices for all these new characters. It's, nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now, actually, would you mind stepping aside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Is the cane to distract from his shoulder? Why does he need a cane? Bad.
Von Karma, it's been a long time.
I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception.
Do you know Detective Bad, sir?
Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on.
It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective.
Huh, it's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad, the man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the Jade incident?
So I was right.
Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes.
Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed.
Very well then. Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Hello? Franziska babies! They make our dreams come true! I'm sorry, did she have to master the writing crop before she could be given a whip? Papa, how can you place him in charge? Franziska, what are you doing here? What are you, 10 in this part of the timeline? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? I needed a break. I need a vacation. Franziska von Karma. So she's here on vacation from Germany. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who's also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! If you were able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you, never. Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa. The heart clutching. This is so trippy. Are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. All right, kiddo. You didn't even pass the bar exam. And I'm 100% confident that I could do a better job than him. That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of him. She's so little. Oh my god, she barely goes above Gumshoe's waist. She's gonna put a tracker in his coat in like 8 years. Bad. Yeah.
These two will be conducting the investigation.
What? You want me to let both these kids loose on the crime scene?
Oh, huh. This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. Nailed it.
A crime scene's not a place for children to be messing around in.
I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad, and I will not tolerate complaining.
Yeah.
She's not even tall enough to go on roller coasters. You're gonna put her next to dead bodies?
Edgeworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you.
Understood, sir. The little bow. Yes, Papa.
I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me! Von Karma, away!
Why is tiny Franziska staring into my soul?
Hold up, Von Karma. I didn't agree to this.
Prosecutor babies, we make our dreams come true. Woo. Miles Edgeworth, it's been quite some time, Franziska. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. I'd kill you to at least say hello. Long time no see. Did someone just play Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time? Poggers. Franziska loves Rouge the Bat Cannon. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud.
Jesus. She hasn't changed a bit.
Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. And then it cuts to her being so little. The trash cans are taller than her. Look at that.
For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. Hardly.
Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him. He never fails. Now I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad.
You're better off checking things out on your own.
Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. I can't think of an appropriate bit. Why did they collapse on top of each other, chat? And he dyed in those ugly flip-flops. Okay. F in the chat. It's almost romantic. Were they placed there? It's the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously. What, like it's Rocky or some shit? No. Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? They gave each other the kiss. Chat, it's Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Romeo? They gave each other a little kiss. They kissed to death. Death by kisses. That's how I want to go. Only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. A competition? The person that figures out the truth first wins. Huh. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth. She did it. She found her special word. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. And keeps you off of Live Journal? When would this be? Like 2008? 7? All right, nerds. You may give me one fact that I've asked for, which is when does this take place? What year is it? Huh. Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily? Prettily? Is that a word? And prettily present it like the professional I am. Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. Is this what it was like to have me as a younger sibling? I'm gonna have to ask.
Yeah, you kids. Kid.
Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well? Kiddo, you barely get your face up to the drapes. How dare you call me a kid as well?
I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. There we go. Hey, big guy. You're gonna watch these two. Yes, sir, Detective Bad, sir. Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay?
You better not get in our way, Scruffy. Oh. Wiki says 12, 13, 14, 13. Okay, so about 12 or 13. So I guess Tumblr? Was Tumblr on the rise then?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever gets you away from whatever keeps you from your Tumblr blogging. She's been posting a lot of Supernatural. Supernatural, right, chat? Chat, what was the Tumblr hotness around this time? I don't know what the internet was like before I existed. Huh? Hulock, there we go. She was writing Sherlock X Watson fic.
Oh, absolutely.
100%. That's canon. Fight me, Capcom. P.O. box in the description. I will own, or you know what? My business email. Contact me if I'm wrong. And put me on your goodies list. Super Hulock. Combining all of them. God, Super Hulock sounds like a disease.
It was.
I never watched Supernatural, but I was a Sherlock girly. Although I think I've talked about this before. I think I loved the books too much to see them as together. Also, one of my college roommates, one of my buddies, he looks kind of like what's his name? Martin. I almost said Martin Short. That ain't right. Martin Freeman. They kind of have the same plain, clean-cut white guy look when he cleans up. So I was always like, he looks too much like a friend that I consider a brother, and that makes it weird for me. Yeah. No, I know what Super Hulock would be. Yeah. Please. I got you. But I've never watched Supernatural. You can cross that off your is Bill the best card. I'm sorry I failed you. I haven't watched the second of Supernatural. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Yeek! Then you I almost said prospector boy. Prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, all right? Great. Even that detective's treating me like a child. All right, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. Edgeworth, no. You're still on an allowance, kid. Shut your mouth. How old is he right now? Do I not get a profile? I guess not. She's 13. She's so little. I guess he's like 20-something. Age question marks. Front-facing Von Karma. I'm going to have sleep paralysis tonight, I can tell, and I'm going to sneeze. I can't sneeze this direction because that's where my PlayStation is. I can't get sneezes on my PlayStation. It'll be my duty as prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? It's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds... Oh, Gumshoe thinks he's getting a raise. I'm going to buy a second coat. He's so naive. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you?
What is it? What is it?
It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. I shall call it a knife gun. That was a relevant meme. Right? Spider-Man holding the knife and the gun. He's like, if I put them together, it makes a knife gun.
Yeah, it does.
That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? It looks like an ice cream bar, like the chocolate dipped, but it's too thin. Maybe a lolly?
The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today.
Oh my god, don't point the gun at the child.
It was used to kill the Codopian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about that knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well.
Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then, why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it.
Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid.
Is he gonna treat me like a child forever? Oh my god. That's like in Saltburn, but I'm like, I don't think that's the movie I'm thinking of. Retracted.
It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you could draw from a scene like this.
Not yet. I feel that it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. Looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. Oh, so he doesn't know? At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. Otherwise,
using logic, the only logical conclusion is aha.
What was that outburst for?
My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see. Rell fell, that's how I'm going to remember it.
You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I won't rest on these. How can they kiss if their lips were this far apart? Okay, Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse.
Yeah, why did it have to be like this? It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. That's era relevant. I don't know what to say. I can't believe that this happened while I was on Watch Pal.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes?
Yeah.
Then get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder.
Right. I'm on it, pal.
Oh, what's on his hand? I was about to say lefty. Oh, wait. Yeah, he's left-handed. He wrote something. His hand is all
His hand is all black down there, see? I wonder what it could be.
Huh. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. Edgeworth, look it out for us.
An ink stain?
Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen. Is Edgeworth left-handed? I thought... I'm forgetting which hand he picked up the gun with in the end of the first game, because that was 20 years ago. / hasn't happened yet. What? Yes, and probably yes. Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen.
A feather pen? I've never seen one before, eh? Sure you aren't just making it up, pal? Who writes with a feather?
Okay, go over there. Why are these plastic bags scattered all around? Wow. Back when Katy Perry was good.
Those bags are for keeping Evidence safe, pal.
I know that much, Detective.
You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy? Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Now I'm trying to remember. I thought he picked it up with his right hand. I'm trying to remember what the image looked like when Edgeworth is revealed. His face is burned in my mind, but I wasn't really looking anywhere else. One knife, please.
Looks like Mr. Rell died with the knife in his hand.
There's some blood stuck on it.
Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yup, no doubt about it.
Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it. It almost looks like a designer knife. Like it almost looks like Louis Vuitton or something, or Coach. I don't know the difference. First he killed a Kodobian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. I thought it said then he has murdered himself. I'm like,
this guy wasn't exactly an Angul, you know.
Oh, what makes you say that?
Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two.
Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dademan.
Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something.
Detective's intuition?
Yup. Do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all
We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. Edgeworth, buddy, maybe you'll actually win this competition if you're the one to make a friend today.
Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand.
So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun. You just have to switch a couple of words, and this gets a little erotic.
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a...
What? What? I'm not exactly a rocket scientist. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. I doubt I'll ever even hold one. In fact, I stake my salary on it. I'll trade salaries with you, Gumshoe, if I'm ever caught holding a gun. I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it does look cool. God damn it. I forgot that he was like, hey, little girl, hold my revolver. This will make you feel better. It does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. So true, King. A-cab, including young Gumshoe. Anyway, I should jot down some notes. Did I touch the bag of blood and forgot already? I've been making so many bits. Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct?
That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. I tried flipping him over, but they were like, nah, your fingerprints are on it, dummy.
Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
I can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body position like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? All right, kiddo. I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it.
Labby.
Yes, sir, we've taken enough photos of the crime scene, sir.
And there you have it. There you have it. I'm standing here.
Do you not approve?
Of course not.
What?
Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, would you?
Oh, okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir.
Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective now.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. And then he got so scared that his coat turned green. Remove the blood and give him keyblades. It looks like a Kingdom Hearts cover. I won't rest. Information. Looks. I got a stab wound from your knife, and I got a gunshot wound from your gun. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? Oh, sorry. In his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding.
Labby,
Yes, sir, verifying now, sir.
make it quick. The mayor's up my ass.
From the looks of things, one can deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Or was it this pen? A bullet hole is in the pen. He used it to shoot him. There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen? Yuck. Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write your name on everything you own. Which is why I have my own name tattooed on my ass. Yeah, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding. Ouch! What's wrong, Detective? My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, all right? Poor Gumshoe. Shot in the chest, and you're to blame. He gave love a bad name.
It takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse.
I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week, and I still haven't fired a single round yet. Why do you sound impatient, my guy? Young Gumshoe. We gotta have a talk with him. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it is discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Rude! Marsupials don't have the thinky parts of their brain. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That's my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, something about explanation just doesn't seem right. Okay. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Seriously, we can't be done already. There's some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Actually, the tea's mine. I brought it from home. First day. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle? After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bags are scattered all over the floor, just throwing us off. Hold on, let me... I don't think it matters, but I'm going to turn off top chat and switch it back to live. Okay, it looks basically the same. It's weird. Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor, throwing us off. There's some stuff in the bag. There's some stuff in the bag, pal. I suppose it's Mr. Faraday's bag. Probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him.
This evidence? I'd better not touch it. I'll just leave prints on it.
Do you just not pay attention to anything? Can we get him some gloves? Suddenly taller Franziska. Huh, I see. When you talk to her, she stands on her tiptoes to try to get to eye level. Canon. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles, and as such, I'd appreciate if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. I want to see them be buddies. Chat, when do they become friends? Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case?
Faraday and Rel? Looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right.
Huh? And what would they be?
Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy?
Now I've been downgraded to just boy? Boy. Any games on this TV? Whoa. What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one. Oh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Oh my god. 7 days. Everyone run. And way too nosy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy.
And don't touch it. You get your fingerprints all over it.
But I didn't touch it.
Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work.
The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. The window's open and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. Ghost! It's a ghost! The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. So true, King. I'm allergic to a lot of pollen, so flowers bad. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Reference to me. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars? Oh, I thought those were blinds. I guess that would be kind of oxymoronic. Why would you have curtains and blinds? Iron bars in the windows. Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one can get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Borat's in his head. Edgeworth was only allowed one movie this summer, and he chose Borat. Is this everything? Or check, but never just take a look. Mr. Faraday's holding a gun in his right hand. That's the one Mr. Rel got blown away by, right?
Labby, your answer.
Yes, sir, we found that the ballistic markings do match that gun.
Oh, ballistic markings are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you could tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all about that, pal.
Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy.
Yeah, come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will ya? So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rel. Fell Rel. That's how I'll remember that. I think I did everything. Am I done? What haven't I done? Do I have to... Oh, I guess I have some logic. Fountain pen in pocket. Ink stain. Poggers, let's go. I am perfection. I am the Von Karma. They make a little kiss. The splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from this fountain pen. Oh, let's ask the lab guy.
Yeah. Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen.
I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. You think you're only going to say good job once in your life? Mr. Faraday wrote this with his fountain pen in his left hand. I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. Poggers in chat. Lefties, let's go. And if you're not left-handed, you can always use your left hand to smash that like, donate, join, subscribe, ring the bell, leave a comment. Lefties. Remember to donate, lefties. I left you. Left girlies. Let's go. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. It's Faraday's pal. Because the window was open, there was plastic bags strewn about? Or am I nuts? Okay. The TV has been left on. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me. I didn't touch anything. Gumshoe, you do know what will happen if you touch something again, right? I won't touch anything. I won't even go anywhere near the TV, sir. And you, get back to your investigating, all right? I was planning to do so anyway. Okay, well, that was uneventful. What am I not... Oh, should I investigate the bodies? Or am I missing something? Try the logic again? See, tell me if I'm missing something. It's really helpful. Because I thought it was if the window was open, the plastic bags were strewn about. But I think this is more about the bars than the fact that it was open. Oh, there's bags on the ground, but the tea isn't moving. It wasn't enchanted by a magic rose. They kiss! There's a very tiny pile of plastic bags on the table. And yet, a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there not be another explanation that, okay, as to how they got there? Another reason, I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Eek, please get that blood away from me, pal. Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Oh, hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. It's your blood. Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said that they didn't find anything else on the bag either. Okay, they, them technician. Poggers, let's go. So ahead of their time. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so. I leave it in your hands, pal. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. They text. Tech theys. Can we get a pog in chat for tech theys? There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is almost too simplistic in this case. In fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows that there is another possibility. No way, pal. Really? Suppose I'll just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. I want to know it. Oh, shit. Okay, so what do we got? Alright, there's nothing new to investigate, so now it's time to deduce. What do we got? Other than a gunshot, you didn't hear a sign of a struggle. Faraday's blood on the bag, fountain pen. Mouse hand. Fired from a few yards away? Would it be the gun distance? This is the part where like my brain is like thinking way too far ahead. Notes. Discovered immediately after gunshot was heard. Fairy died of a stab to the chest. Well, died of a bullet to the chest. So that by over 60 feet of the way. And there they are. I mean, I guess the knife wound isn't fatal? Am I overthinking it? Yeah. Like, that's not where you put the Pledge of Allegiance. Nor is that. Yeah, I think they totally died beforehand. bullet because of the distance? Okay, hint, please.
Not the hole, but
The gun. Not the hole, but... Is the spot somehow connected to any of the evidence that I hold? Again, I'm trying to find the game's logic right now, because I'm like, I think they still should both be alive. We found them pretty quick. Is it the notes? No. Well, there's so many notes on that thing. Can I deduce the gun with the gun? I know, I'm like, it just feels so silly. Didn't hear sign of a struggle? I think it's evidence, right? Not a profile. Yeah. Gumshoe's testimony that there wasn't a struggle? Oh, if Faraday brought it, why does Rel have it? Just tell me. Now I'm so confused on what this game wants me to focus on. It's the pen? Why is that important right now? Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday uses left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet the handgun is in his right hand. Maybe I'm more ambidextrous than anything else. I kind of follow that. Yeah, I guess it was in his pocket. I was going to say, if he was writing something and then something happened, he would pick it up with his free hand. But okay, that makes sense. And yet the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Spooky season, poggers, let's go. Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange, but how could something like that happen? The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun. Yeah, that's what I was saying. See, again, my logic was these aren't fatal wounds. They wouldn't just drop on each other. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Can we be careful of the verbiage we're using in chat, please? And thank you. Someone else? Plastic bag scattered on the ground and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. September 10th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. We're still in the same room. Here's the autopsy report. She's so little. It is probable that Mr. Rel survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. Really? I mean, I guess getting stabbed will really mess you up, especially up there, but it wasn't on his... It would have gotten his lungs, right? Can you die instantly from a stab to the lung? Crime scene notes updated my organizer. Hardly. It looks like we know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course. The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. So you see prosecutors as killers, huh, Franziska? Is there something you want to talk about with the therapist, kiddo? But the defendant fought back, and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. No, kiddo, simple and clean. There's absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Huh, are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you? That you don't want to believe it's true? Dare. It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, If there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Your move, your move, your move. What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Wait, what? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should look for any holes in her theory. Hole? Theory? Capcom's obsessed with me. You're like in love with me or something. What happened? Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Okay. I'm trying not to get the names confused. Okay, so Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Which one's who again? Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Okay, so Mr. Rell... God damn, I don't know these people. Oh, this is confusing. It's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Faraday is... Okay, handkerchief. Yeah, okay. I thought for a minute, I'm like, would it be the order of the bodies? Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Am I pressing or presenting? Okay. Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented. Clear as day. From this, it is obvious Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died? Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. All right, so Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. Then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so full of concentrated evil in my sinuses. Do I? Okay. No, I feel great, but okay, thank you. So you believe that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday. Mr. Rell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So, the two men struggled, and in the end, Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise, so if you could update your statement. Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. But the thing wasn't moved. Oh dear. Yeah, no signs of a struggle from Gumshoe. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to do that earlier. This silly game sometimes. Don't Von Karma. Oh, it hurts. It dries out my bussy. If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. Huh, you place too much faith in the detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rell get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in the lobby number 2. is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rell saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Franziska's statement just now? Yes, something is off. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Stabbed. Yeah, because of the way the bodies fell. Even though I don't think that's really how they fell. Right? Yeah.
Take that!
I'm nervous. According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. Edgeworth, I think you just activated her trap card. But of course. Well, then if the report is correct, that there's only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rell attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rell. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Franziska. I just wanted to explain it to you as simple as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. Huh. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Stop doing that. Franziska, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly. And the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is... I guess... the order the bodies fell? Yeah, because I'm like the order of events, like who killed who, but it's bodies fell, leading to who killed when. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday, can we not point it at my boy here? Please? Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. They really let the bodies hit the... No! Nothing wrong with me. Mr. Faraday's body's lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible. Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must... I was reading. No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth. What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. That it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. Let me show you my puzzle pieces that kiss. What happened, Bardu? It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. These two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. What, kiddo? I just know that Franziska's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. With a keen eye for detail, two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates they attacked each other at the same time, which no, they didn't. Yeah, shot him from a few yards away would contradict that, right? Or do I have to press? I have to press?
Hold it!
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He had a knife gun. He made to attack Mr. Rell while holding both the knife. Oh, she's really going with the knife gun, huh? With both the knife and revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rell grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rell wound up on the bottom, with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range. At close range, that is more than possible. Yeah, it's possible, but you have any other ideas? Then show me what you've got. You're talking a lot. Show me what you got. Oh, I will. Oh, I've got evidence, Commander. To that extent, I'd like for you to append that word again. Why does that feel weird for me? I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. I feel like we shouldn't have to do this like this all. It feels so clunky because we're not actually giving testimony, but whatever. The fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range. No, because the gun. No, because the gun. I feel like we could have just said that earlier. Oh. Ugh. So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes. Stop pointing it at him. The firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rell's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rell and the gun were lovers. Must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. These two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance? And with there being no chance that Mr. Rell moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. What a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? That could be the top or the bottom. The person that attacked first with murderous intent, that would be... I'm going to say neither. Right, chat? I think someone else did this and then tried to stage it. Right? Yeah. You're not looking at me, so I'm going to go with yes. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there could only be one explanation. There was the third person here. Uh-oh. Yo, what are you trying to say, Capcom? Ow, I hurt my hand. This bit, Capcom. Ow, my fingy. Capcom. Kiss it, make it better. My P.O. box is in the description. There was a third person here. Da-ding. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. I think it's just a double homicide. That third person is the real culprit. Chat, Capcom's framing me for murder. Donate. Become a member. Like, share, subscribe, comment. ... Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that there was a third person involved? I kind of want to say the pen, because he didn't know he was left-handed. Or the bag, because that just seems useless. I don't like using the video game logic here. Oh, because there was more blood than this. Because there was blood on the bag, why wouldn't the bag be at the bottom of the pile?
Take that!
Haha. I solved it with game logic and then validated it. The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole team, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground. Meaning that someone else must... Well, that and there wasn't a trail of blood going from the body to the bag. Meaning someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Ta-ding! Stop it. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for one moment. I don't sit good. There's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use... Oh, okay. Well, it still stands. My point still stands. They could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Ah. Oh my god, Franziska killed 2 guys.
Well, my job's done. Looks like we still got a long way to go in this investigation.
Yes. That was a crisp objection, ma'am. Oh my god, the judge is pissed. You give him some legs and suddenly he's angry. What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe... No! I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Are you kidding me right now? He couldn't hurt a fly. What? Dude, I'm suing this. This whole court is in contempt.
And what's the meaning of this?
Huh. Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie.
Ding?
Miss Yu, I suggest that you tread lightly. I ask that you please explain that last statement before I unleash my fandom army upon you. I'll get the K-pop kids involved. They owe me one. They don't owe me one, but, like, I'm in good. I've got good credit. I've got a credit line with them. No one owes me anything. That sounds like I did K-pop videos on a favor. I didn't like that. I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself. I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway.
What?
See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was... The judge did it. The judge is a murderer. No, not now. I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday?
No! Of course not, sir. It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective. Fran? You're going to be put in timeout. No Tumblr and no PlayStation for a week. Which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles. Ugh. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Struggle. Was that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth, or so help me. What, are you gonna slap him? I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time. Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not?
Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy.
What, did the scary Sin City man do it? All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something.
And what's that?
What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? What state is the hallway in? State of the hallway, I feel like. He wouldn't have a motive, or is that the point? Say that you wouldn't have a motive? I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime.
Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or something?
No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir.
Is that a fact?
Just because you have a crisp objection voice doesn't mean you get to bully my fucking boy over here. You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. Why would you stand next to me and then, go against me like that, dude? That's not how visuals work. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us and stop flipping me off? However, be forewarned. I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. I won't hesitate, bitch. Right? Vine was around then. Yeah, nailed it. Because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting a salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect... Ma'am, I'm over here. How's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge, eh? I saw that movie. Bad things happen to people who hold grudges. That's not what the grudge was. We'll talk about that later. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. Sir? There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se, but there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Closeted Edgeworth just said something really spicy. Misused perfect explanation. May not be so perfect at all. About a week ago. I thought this was his, first day. How long? Maybe that would press, right? I'm pressing through this at some point. Yeah.
Hold it!
I thought he said today was his first day. A week ago. Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances? Pwah! No way. I only met him in person today. Then how do you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale. That's a salary cut for you. Brand new detective suddenly getting his calendar as a grudge.
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you? Yeah. I have to say, it was really enjoyable, too. I love broken men, but that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. Wahahaha. But you do. Huh? What have I got stuck on my face? Is that not a bandage? What is on his face? Let's start with your eyes, nose. I'm not saying that about him. Huh? Wahahaha. Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. Miss Yu, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? A brand new detective suddenly getting a salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Chad, I think we're gonna have to kill this fucking clown. To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Was Edgeworth protecting Gumshoe from getting fired from Von Karma canon? He would only dock his pay. He would never fire him. Please, I want there to be a little, not like a direct reason, but like a little reason for that. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess they really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective bad. Don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. How's that for perfect? Nothing happened. Oh, really? Okay. You call your explanation perfect? It is not to your liking. Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an... Yeah, dude, it's Gumshoe. All right, if you could clear this one thing up for me. How he was killed? Motive for killing Rel makes sense because he saw him. He would have been the witness in the room? Okay, now you're looking at me weird. Should I just press it? Okay, thank you. I'm like, wait. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Mr. Rel, like I would know. Huh. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Really? This is the... I easily would just go, well, I guess if I had to believe it was Gumshoe, which I don't, he killed the other guy because he was a witness to it. Is there anyone else who might have held a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. Ding. What? That's impossible. She must know something. Brrr. Can you... please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. Puh. Ugh, I don't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Huh. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Ha 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 ha. Ma'am, he is going through a lot right now, and he does not have Taylor Swift to get him through. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. Okay, yeah, for sure. I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Ahem. Well, guess I'll have to explain it to you kids. Chat, she's mean. Motive to kill a man. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel had happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Set up to look like they had killed each other. I say this with nothing but love and in the hopes of freeing Detective Gumshoe from this blasphemy. I don't think Gumshoe's capable of killing them both and thinking that far ahead. Nor do I think he's capable of that much rage. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second Kajate incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? Maya. Yep, it was Maya. Case dismissed. Motive to kill a man. He said to look at this? Oh, that guy? Is he in my profiles? He is. He was the suspect in the Kajate incident. I guess he's the only sussy, right? Yeah, gun down. Yeah. Everyone here is dead. You're a child. You're the judge, but you could be lying. Oh, he was called in as a witness to the Yatagarasu case. Okay. Found not guilty. A shadow over the group? What's his relation to the smuggling ring? There's no one out there with a motive to kill both. Can I present? Or do I press? Oh, sweet. Yeah, it's got to be the Kajate incident overview, right?
Objection!
Let's go. I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I could think of at least one person that fits the bill. Really, Capcom? The third one fits the bill? What am I doing paying for this myself? Chat. Get together some paper and pen and write to Capcom on my behalf. Thank you, Choose You Two. That's very embarrassing. I hate when I drop stuff like that. Thank you. That's very polite. Head pats for Choose You Two for helping me pick this up. That's very kind of you. It's so embarrassing. He was the suspect in the original Kajate incident, and a member of the I keep wanting to say Copenhagen, which I know is a joke. Codopian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin? Manny Cochin? Da-ding. Oh, the music's real nice. It's like formulating a theory, discrediting broken testimony. Miles Edgeworth saving Gumshoe. Miles Edgeworth becoming the one that finds the truth. Miles Edgeworth, he's gonna ace this investigation. That's right. The very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Codopian embassy staff, Mr. Rell. And the man who was the lead prosecutor of the Kajate incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin? Chat, we Cochin? Do I live up in a pochin? Who has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You Gumshoe, my side. Why are you over there? You covered for me, pal. Oh, because you wanted to block her from view. Good. Less screen time for her. Hiss, boo. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect. Make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it. You will stay underneath my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this... You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy. Chad, is that a bullet hole in his jacket? Oh, no, there's also holes in his tie. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so. No way, come on, Detective Bad. You've got to believe me, sir. I really was in the hallway the whole time, eh, sir? I never took a single step into this room, sir. Okay, then, are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No, there was no one else, eh, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it? That is one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he's innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up eye spaced out while on duty or the like. Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation. Detective Bad. Maybe that's why he's always getting docked in pay, because he could just sue them after this. Wrongly accused with no evidence. Miles Edgeworth, I will go ahead and report this to Papa. And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Haha. I would like something to bang against this table now, please. This counts as a court. Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there's something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? I don't know. So, what do you want to ask me about? The Kajate incident. The current case of the murdered Codopian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second Kajate incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And, what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original Kajate incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you're directly tied to the Kajate incident. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop with the false accusations. Baseless Ma'am, the whole reason we're here right now is because of baseless accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless, both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do. But I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Just like the judge has too now. Wahaha! Think you can stop making the ultra serious face in front of me? If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. Look, we're all anime characters with little quirks, all right? I don't judge you for yours, don't judge me for mine. Ugh. Excuse me. Ugh. Would she technically not be law enforcement type because she's a defense attorney, right? I guess it all technically counts, but law enforcement would imply, like, cops or the prosecution, right? Like, like, Jimmy McGill didn't work with law enforcement. He was just a lawyer.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe I should call him. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the Kajate incident she is. I got a present for you. CCU. I'm going to CC you in this IRL email, Miss Yu. I believe that I have proof of your connection to the Kajate incident. That file is your proof? Very well, then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the Kajate incident? I thought it said witness victim. Thank you. Victim. I'm like, none of these say witness. Your connection to the Kajate incident is through the victim. It was you, wasn't it? Your sister died in that car crash and you took over her face, Bill. Wrong game. Damn it. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. God, that's annoying to read. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? What's so funny about when he says straight? Huh? What's so funny about me saying the word straight? Huh? Closeted Miles Edgeworth. Someday you will love yourself. Resource in the description while we keep making that bit. Sorry, but we're not related. What? Just kidding. You asked that question with a serious look on your face. I couldn't help but Did you watch The Joker or something? I guess that didn't come out yet. Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Ahem. All right, I'll tell you everything I know, what I really, really know. Oh, cool, thank you. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities in the Amano group was my sister, CCU. As I thought, what? Why won't the camera, like, sit pleasantly? There we go. As I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny I still hate that name, Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to the victim did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Cochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence, and the gunslinger followed. The ding? That the evidence has been tampered with? Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring began out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. Oh. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. I don't really care. That's why I wanted to become the lead defense. On this case, that people are calling the second Kajate incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean, you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with... Sorry, the face is a little distracting. Well, why did he want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi. And one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. Then why aren't you on my side, ma'am? What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs is kind of creepy. Ahem. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around, and people in the gallery claim that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Huh. An unfortunate summer. Well, this is about all I know. Haha. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Wah! Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. Why so serious? Put a smile on that face. You really need to learn how to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Joke's on you. He's immortal. Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. That sounds like we're going to start lying soon. Ha ha ha, look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth? Remember that when your appendix bursts next week. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. Oh. Well, wait until Phoenix comes back into your life, buddy. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. Still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. The Kajate incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus, that detective. Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not the detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. Who's gonna tell him? Hooray. We're pretty far into it, right, everybody? Right, everybody? Woo! Of the middle? Okay. What happened to the water fountain? Oh, it's pissing everywhere. That guy's like, thank God that kid's gone. Now I can look at the model. Wow. Look, there's a little me right over there. Go, little me. And then that guy looks like he's giving birth or taking a shit in the corner. All right, focusing. Sir. What is to become of the trial into the... I keep not reading this right in my brain, and it hurts. What is to become of the trial into the Kodopian embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, ... Snap. The case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here. Prematurely. Still counts if it's premature, am I right, fellas? Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped. Oh, yeah, wasn't Mia's first case also Edgeworth's first case? Isn't that about to happen? Are they trying to make me feel like a fake fan in front of everyone? I pretended not to know because I didn't want people to be intimidated by my level of attention for detail and impeccable memory. I was 100% focused during that case and not distracted by a single thing. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Kodopian embassy staff member and the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? What an outrageous circus it has all become. Manfred von Karma. Big Top is his favorite part of Phoenix Wright trilogy. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete. Nailed it. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. Big Top is my throws up a little in his mouth. My favorite too, sir. I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. Ew, he's giving off I wish I had a son energy. Is that why he took it Edgeworth? Poor Franziska. She wanted to make her dad happy, but the person she should be trying to make happy is right here. Yourself, not me. There, but then I'm pointing at you. Is herself. She needs to be making herself happy. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for. I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, There's not enough evidence to prove that there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt.
The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection.
He's feeding on my boyfriend's daddy issues. Yeah, for real. Both of them have trauma. Both of them need therapy. Phoenix Wright, we need to find an ace therapist. And it's just a therapist with like the ace pride flag behind him. I'll help you get through your traumas. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Internalizing trauma. Look at him. He's hurting. It's not my job to save him. It's just my job to be there for him and support him. Papa, who do you think? Oh, I thought she was about to say, who do you think is the most perfect? I was like, kiddo, no. Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience. Wouldn't you agree, Papa? Huh. If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue? In court, your top priority is to win. And a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. Oh, that's right. He took us in because he's a sick asshole, trying to get revenge on the defense attorney that almost took him down. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Franziska, see to it I'm not disturbed save for the results of your competition. The winner shall eat tonight. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Franziska, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. I think it's time to hold these books up while I poop. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judge's Trial Exchange Log. It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judge are laid out here on these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Everyone's hooking up. All the judges have sex with each other at an Eyes Wide Shut party where they keep their robes on. Judging by the content, they're very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu of appetites of the flesh. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. Capcom, baby, just hire me or just send me the game. Come on, put me on your good boy list. I think I've earned it. The real Capcom was me. It would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this country's judiciary. It wasn't me, I tell ya. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? Squeak, 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 squeak. Huh? A little guy for the little guy? Squeak, squeak. I doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. Well, who else is involved? These clones? We've got piss on his face, the model squatter, door guy, and giving birth while saluting. Hi. Miss you? Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. Queen, go off. Stan. I am Franziska von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name. No, you're about to be like the first hire at Wrightworth Defense Co. We're all going to be defense attorneys at the end of this. That's how the series ends. And if it doesn't, I will burn Capcom to the ground. About to. I guess that means for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. Why are you whipping me? It's also not a whip when it's a crop. You are being cropped, right? Chat, help, chat. My kink is karma, so I don't know anything about whipping. Pwah. Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Pwah. Ha ha ha! Look at you, eyebrows scrunched. What lines on your forehead? And that to ask of you. Ha ha ha. What exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I read that as at crime school. I feel much better now. What is it you wanted to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in the defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad? Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. And, we were posing for some fan art. Detective Bad. So I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the Kajate incident. Ding. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? That's right. He was the one who's supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about, and I'm too little to hear. I've heard of the Kajate incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to Miss Yu? The victim of that case, Cece Yu, was my little sister. Ding. Neither of them want to say that makes them a little scared. Because she sees Edgeworth as a little brother. She doesn't want him to be hurt. And that is his little sister. And he doesn't want her to get hurt. Right, chat? They're buddies. They have a great relationship. Chat, help before I cry. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. Yes, pride, boo, salt, and pride. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs is always kind of creepy. She's the killer. Done. Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he's in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu? Man, I got a lot of shit to ask her. You claimed that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do. That's what I was planning to do. Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. Dried, if you want. What did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody? Did the ascot make you British? Bloody. When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Oh, bloody hell. What's all this then, meat pies? Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murder occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. That stupid name. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from Kajate. I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there is no footage of him sneaking into the Kodopian embassy itself. Hold on for just a second. Then you mean to say that you knew he was not the real Yatagarasu, and that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job it is to cover for criminals. I'd say you're never going to drop it, but you don't have your crown yet, King. A defense lawyer is just a handsome, tall drink of water that covers for criminals. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they're no match for us Von Karmas. Hey kid, here's a coloring book and a word search. The grown-ups are gonna talk. Poop. I don't believe it, you're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. Whew. Still on the hunt for leads regarding the Kajate incident, all right? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? It's called getting paid, honey. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him. Ever. This case would have been a slam dunk for you, so don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of, almost said constellation, a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. All right then. Perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. Get out. What? You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? She'll grow into it. She becomes an icon later. Right now, she's a child. She's too little. All thoughts go over her head when she's that little. Grr. Franziska, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully, you might be sued. That's a good point. Why doesn't Gumshoe ever sue Franziska? Or Phoenix. Phoenix, you never get paid. That would kind of box him out of the relationship he's been after all along. I get it. That simpy man would literally eat poison for someone he loves. Nah. There. I chose carefully, just like you wanted. All the ding. All the fake laughter. I can't do it. That's just that just now was hilarious, little missy. Of course it was. Huh, so true, besties. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? Oh no. We gotta get him to a pride parade and get him some Taylor Swift stat, or he's gonna start wearing a fedora and growing a beard on his neck. And so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals in information. Like Mr. White? Or Mr. Blue? What was his name? Blue Corp. It was Mr. White, yeah. Namely, in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu's profiting nicely. Finally, a defense attorney getting paid. Suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Hey, Gumshoe! Hey, Gumshoe! Hey, Gumshoe! Hey, Gumshoe! Look at me! Look at us! Look at us run! Brothers, sisters, solving crime! Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Youch! As am I. He couldn't see you, little girl. You're tiny as shit. I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't. Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about. If you really are innocent, that is. That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you? I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, detective. Guys, just be buddies. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my first day as detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, buddy. He's a little guy of habit. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really latte. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. Oh, how pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere school child. Dude, she's a school child now. Like, that's an impressive school child to be compared to. During the recess. Speaking of school children, what were you doing during recess? You claimed to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so and from whom? Earlier at around 320 Blaze It, and from Detective Bad Pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Fairday. And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Ow! Oh, your words sting worse than your whip, pal. So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope. Not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage. Ah, wait, you can't do that. There's nothing of any particular value here. It's just Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Well, my handcuffs and baje were confiscated by Detective Bad, so you can know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Ah, hands off, pal. It's my Egyptian god card. Just show it to us already. Yow. Oh, he got a bonus. $5. Wait, what? Annual bonus check within $5 total, except there is no check inside. You've had your look. Now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. $5? Where are my taxes going? Remember to donate. Consider becoming a member. Pick up merch or donate at thethirdbill.com. Now, my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me until I did, you know. So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back. He wants to keep his first little check. He's just a little guy. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry. We'll throw it away for you later. How could you... Yeah, we literally took $5 from him. We mugged him. Annual bonus envelope. Jot it down on my organizer.
I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now.
I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there's one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Understood, but please make it brief, sir.
I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. Okay. No, not the bookshelf. Ah, you fool. Huh? But it won't let me. Do I have to present him with something? Oh, his testimony is literally a piece of evidence. Shush, Bill. No one look at me. I mean, I'm gonna keep pretending to be stupid until we get donos and members. This is the equivalent of intentionally being bad at video games. Oh no, my hand's slipping. I'm failing. Ooh, woo. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then you're also claiming that no one passed through the hall either. Is that also correct? Yup, not even a single ant that's actually not true. There's tons of ants in there. Not even a single ant passed through that hall when I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself, huh? Oh, but it's true, eh? I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, eh, pal? I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine. Dragons. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. Why would he do so given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. The kiddo! Hi! Ah, you! Oh my god, did she just kick me in the ass? F to pay respects for the fallen. Look at him. No! Well, time to put that kid in jail for murder. How could you have not noticed that coming? The whole and the theories. She got them both. Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Thanks. That's exactly what I needed. Kids sometimes be so cruel. It looks like she dropped something. Haha. Stupid kid, I got your snack now. Maybe we should arrest the girl? She might turn out to be a valuable lead. Yes, arrest the child. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. Franziska, can I just put my hand on your shoulder while we walk to the hallway? We have to confirm who's... Why did she have to, like, kick him in the ass nards, though? We have to confirm who's correct, the judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next, then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Franziska? Was this? Yes. September 10th. All was quiet. So did you see... So, did you, see anything else? No, I don't think so. Huh. Do you think I'll be my own witness? I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. And some holes to fill before lunch. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von... How weird must it have been for the judge to then have them in his courtroom years after the fact? And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see. Mr. New Prosecutor recommend... Aha! I pitched my tongue. Are you all right, Your Honor? Please, feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody doesn't feel I'm worthy enough for a proper title. Haha, that's a me pun. Oh-ho! Very well, then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and And that's where they got their famous names. Chat, the lore is all connecting. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony. Yes? What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. All right. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Hallway. Hello, I'm here too. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Ahem. Very well. You may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh. I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. This becomes like an ad for some sort of like pill or diapers. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. I pissed through those 2 windows. There's a jar, you see. This is the window to the men's restroom. In other words,
You can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going into the restroom, that detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please, let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho.
Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. It's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Ho ho. Any time, Mr. Edgeworth. Any time. You're always invited to the pre-lunch mask parties. See ya.
The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Yeah? You guys? Is that what we're doing? Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. von Karma himself, plus I still hold investigative authority. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here?
Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know. I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me.
A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
There.
Today. Why are we both reaching for our hearts? Franziska, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please, continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
Huh. And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, he came up to see these defendant lobbies
We came up to these defendant lobbies together.
The mayor was all up my ass.
I'm trying to give him that TV detective voice.
As we entered the hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something, and that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them.
Ugh, I can't get the cadence right.
So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to talk this much. Oh my gosh. And around what time did all that take place?
Let's see, I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left that hallway. Not once.
I don't know. I don't think this voice is... I don't have enough of a frame for it yet, I don't think. Oh? And how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? Huh. That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I... We were in lobby...
That's so... We were in lobby...
You and I were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you.
Stop, that got me excited. Stupid. I can't buy anything, but I like to watch how much prices are for Silent Hill games on eBay. And I got a push notification. I was like, did someone donate at thethirdbill.com? And then I was like, wait, no, it's eBay. Did I get something from eBay? No, Bill, you haven't spent any money because you don't have any money. Why do I do this to myself? How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute, I'd say.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2. That's when we discovered the bodies, in that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
Oh, God. I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else. Did he just block the whip with his mirror?
Huh. You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare.
Yeah, it's not as easy as Legally Blonde made it out to be, did it, kiddo? Huh, just joking.
Detective Bad is really something if you can make Franziska behave.
Are we, about done here?
Is there anything else I should ask him about? I guess situation around the gunshot? Does it matter? I can ask him everything, right? I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I've nothing else to add.
Well, his testimony certainly corroborates what Miss you said. Miles, you already asked him about that, remember? I suppose I should ask about something else. Okay, what do I... Time? Okay. Thank you. I thought I was going to ask him, like, did you hear a struggle? Because Gumshoe said he didn't hear one. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot.
It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding, but I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff, so I figured I should go get him or he'd be late.
Huh.
And just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums.
So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start?
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of the door doing nothing.
Huh.
I get the sense that he's somewhat investigating this crime scene, or rather that he's keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer?
I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then. Be obstinate. I almost said abstinent. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. That's her way of insulting people. What's the opposite of get fucked? Get abstinent. You may no longer be willing to help us. However, may I ask for the forensic scientist cooperation?
Do as you like.
There's a quarter down here, and I'm gonna get it.
Did you find something, officer?
I think there's a... Oh, my God, I nailed it. There's a $5 bill down there. Come on, just a little more.
Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Franziska, you can't even press all these buttons without someone giving you uppies. Look at her. She's so tiny. Also, these vending machines are huge. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer?
You're not even looking at me. Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
I guess we know all the players in this case then, huh? It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. Is it the ants? Can I look at the ants now? I won't rest. Oh, yeah, here we go. Rest. Ants, 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 ants. Huh? What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Edgeworth, that's a condom. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside this courthouse, it's simply unforgivable. Queen, she cares about the planet. We stand. It's not like it was it's not like it was I who littered. Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin. Why are you guys British? Rubbish. Bloody and rubbish. Fuck out of here. This isn't what Hamilton died for. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, you better work... Calm down, kiddo. Work extra hard, just like these ants. And I'm the king of ants. Can we get an ants in chat? Ants in chat. Ants in chat. Same goes for you, Franziska. The window's open? So that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom. I don't like how easy it is to see into the men's restroom. Can we get some privacy for the fellas? Fellas? Oh! I can't see it. At your height, I'm not surprised. Also, good. You are little and young. Da-ding! I guess short people have feelings too. The more you know. Wouldn't know, I'm a 5'10" king, so I'm a mid-height boy. Mid-legend. Something unusual. Oh, I was trying to... There we go. The dirt on this bench. It smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe... Oh, because of the cake that she dropped. That's what the ants were getting at, and that's why she wanted change for $1. Uh-oh. Kay Faraday killed a guy. I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame. Calm down, Franziska. Take a good look. Doesn't the smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. I see, and then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, lab technician. Can you learn someone's name? Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. By the way, my name is Phoenix Edgeworth. I'm a time traveler. I've gotten the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. Burn this. Sweet sugar. He needed a little snack. He had a low blood sugar moment. Did he cash his paycheck so he could get something from the vending machine, but then he was missing $1? Because I just noticed the cheapest thing are the cake buns, and they're $6. And his bonus said 5. And there you have it. Yeah, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Ants, 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 ants. Ow, my butt. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Franziska, do you not know what ants are? Touch grass, girl. She only knows horses. That detective, he claims that not a single ant slipped by him, and yet here is a whole hill of them. What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. Is she okay? Frenny, are you okay? Are you okay, Frenny? Frenny, are you okay? Are you okay, Frenny? Dun, 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 dun. Ow! Nailed it. Can I logic some shit now? I don't think pink piece of trash and... Oh, was it from the cake roll? It's made of rubber. I don't think I can. The vending machine? It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other goods. Wow, you really are a child prodigy, aren't you, Franziska? What are these ants? This vending machine has food. Lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. One packet for $9. Oh my God, the economy was really bad then, too. $7 for a glass of cow $8 for a ham sandwich? I could get you a kid for that. That was Office reference was the first thing that went through my mind. Still, though, that's a lot. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk? That's not even a pun. Defendant's... Why are we milking the defendants? What, chat? What's going on? Chat, I need help. Why are we milking the defendants? 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. We have cash, right? We're not about to use Gumshoe's check to test a theory about the Swiss cake rolls. There's nothing unusual about this area. Now can they kiss? They kissed! Penetration! These bits of just every time the logic gets Edgeworth going, I got it. Eureka. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue. However, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine. Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6. Talk about expensive. So true, Queen. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside. The fact that the cake crumbs... How much is a hot dog at Costco? Does anyone know? Still it's $1.50? Like right now it's $1.50. Are you a liar? Why is that one $7? The fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were... And also, how does it keep warm? Is it a cold hot dog because it's in a vending machine with defendant milk? Is it cold? Chat, help. I guess we need to donate so I can go to Japan. So I can find a hot dog vending machine.
And just ask somebody, are your hot dogs cold? No? Okay, thank you.
See ya. Hey, if I have a 3-day layover, what would you recommend I do at the airport? The fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits are found in this... That is on my bucket list. I want to go to Japan one day really bad.
In Japan, they have both hot and cold vending machines. Interesting.
Really? But like in the same machine? Because everything here is cold except the hot dog. Unless that's not a hot dog. I'm pretty sure it's a hot dog. Suggested they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. Sorry. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Huh. Naturally, after all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. Oh, look at him. He had a little low blood sugar moment. As he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. Left in the hallway bench. A Swiss roll. Ugh, how could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable. Don't you dare whip me again. It was not I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction? Where? I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Because it's $6? Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of... What? Oh! The little girl wanted the dollar so they could split the Swiss rolls. Because they come in 2s. Gumshoe, he made sure she had a little treat. And now he's being accused of freaking murder. And that's why she kicked me in the ass balls. Because she thinks I'm convicting Gumshoe of murder. Well, I assume it means the end of the trial? I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2, after all. We're in the middle of investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
You said it's expensive.
That's where they get you. Fresh defendant's milk, kiss from a judge hot dog. I just got a fresh hot dog from the vending machine. You remain I don't know this song at all. The judge that kisses my hot dog. Love remains. I don't know. If you want, we can pool our money together and buy a pack together. Can we just do fucking sibling stuff for a second? If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. Okay, yeah, this is sibling stuff for sure. Okay, what should I be clicking on? Oh, deduce? Should I deduce the cake roll? I forgot about that mechanic. His bonus was only $5. Literally had no money on him until he cashed this. About Detective Gumshoe's finances. He's broke as shit. He said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? He bought a nice jacket, all right? He'll never make that mistake again, to his detriment. If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Yeah, let's start a GoFundMe for me to go to Japan so I can get that GoFundMe money to Gumshoe. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is how? Swiss roll organizer. Okay. No. It was because he split one with little K. Is there more stuff on the vending machine or no? No. All I have is the piece of rubber in the window. So no. Do I more vending machine? Chat help. I have not touched the windowsill cactus. It moves me away from stuff when I'm not done. What's the matter? I pricked myself on this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. You really think so? Because I believe this cactus sitting on the windowsill is completely related. Are we doing this just to spite our little sister? Well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related. Because it's not related, but they're still family. So anyway, I think this piece of trash is connected to the cactus. Kiss. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a... Oh no, her balloon popped and so we got her a Swiss roll to make her feel better. I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry so bad. Like, I'm having a bad I miss my grandpa day. Like, I'm not doing this. I believe this is a piece of pop balloon. 99 pop balloons fired at the summer sky. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. Sorry. Getting a little... That would be the logical conclusion, yes. We did it. I believe I now have a very firm grasp of what happened here. Well, I do too. Right, Franziska. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that she's going to go this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay his honor a visit to correct his testimony. Time to yell at the judge. Oh my god, are we allowed in here? This is weird. It's like being at the school with half the lights off. Hi. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before Von Karma. Silence in the courtroom, silence, I say. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Mr. Von Karma, Mr. Genius You bit your tongue again, didn't you? Ahem. As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You could even place me under oath if you want. Very well, then. Your testimony, if you please. The judge will remember this. What I saw at recess. Billy pulled Sally's hair, and then the foursquare ball got kicked over the fence real big, I saw, and I jumped off the top of the monkey bars, I promise. It was real and no one saw. During the recess, I, went to the restroom. He doesn't have a name, and then his little letter. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. He knelt down to give a treat to a kid who was crying. And now you're gonna accuse him of fucking murder? This whole court is in contempt. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Why did he hold it like that? Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? Oh. Huh. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the, excitement. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. What I saw at recess. Press or present. Really? During recess, I went to the restroom. There's a window in the hallway. In other words, I could see into the hall. I don't think... I saw the detective like something. It completely disappeared. He couldn't see him eating the Swiss roll. When I was about to, he had completely disappeared. No, he sat down. Let Gumshoe sit. Let Gumshoe sit. Workers' rights. Workers' rights. What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony? Huh. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Oh, excuse me. Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness. Anyway, don't judge me for saying objection and you're going to say that. If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh, well, that's good. Yes, you're welcome. But who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse, too. Guilty. Burn him. Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machines, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. He took a little sit. The cake crumbs and piece of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom? It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. Just looks down at her. As evidence, I submit Franziska herself was unable to see out of that window. Franziska will remember that action had consequences. No. I knew I should have used your height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Then, it seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large and sturdy and thick as Daddy Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. I mean, it's like the 7th game I've been in. Here, let me try that again. Hold it. Is there something of value that you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? What is number 2? I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, I stand very tall when I pee. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? This is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important fact first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. There could be a very talented streamer whose voice is getting a little dry right now. Yeah, I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now that he mentions it, right before we started the trial, he did talk about that. Oh, by the way, there was someone celebrating a birthday during the recess. I could have sworn we like to stop our murder trials to wish everyone a happy birthday. I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. I can always get the complimentary ice cream sundae for them real quick. We'll sing a song, and then we'll figure out if he's guilty. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson, the most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And when that lines up with the gun, when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Oh, bye, Nunya. Good luck with your MRI. I hope everything's okay. I suppose it's possible you can't see. Press or present? Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. The loud bang of a gunshot. That was the balloon, you silly goose. Your Honor, about what you just said. I know, I couldn't believe it myself. Bang went the gunshot, and then a knee-jerk, and then I was all like, ooh, and then piss got everywhere. Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir, sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself, yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there. This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact. At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony. Franziska, if I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality. I know that. That's why I said at this point. I think my first line of attack would be to draw more information from His Honor. You can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked. What? He was sitting down. What? As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that sounds about right. Blaze it. Just as I expected.
What were you expecting? And I demand to know that all-knowing what that all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony.
All right, if you insist. Let's see. I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. Press it again? Oh, I can present. Do I have time things on here? Does it say when he cashed it? 2 for 6. Oh, right before the trial was about to start again. You heard something different, you silly goose. Your Honor, I hardly. I cannot allow you to make an objection.
What?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Egads, I've been overruled.
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
Oh my God. Capcom, stop.
Hello back, Capcom.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Ding? Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred.
Instead of biting your tongue... Okay, I didn't control that.
Eek!
I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Franziska. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back.
Is everyone just okay with this? With your height, you need a stepladder or 4 to accomplish that.
What? Nothing?
Ahem, Mr. Edgeworth. My ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. In fact, I just took a cognitive test yesterday. Weak. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Ha, Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad, and according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before you were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
This can't be. No, this can't be.
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot.
Sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand that the gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard. The balloon. Or I guess, the balloon piece. Actually, it's Frankenstein's balloon. I found this object in the hallway earlier.
What is that pink substance?
It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record.
Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct?
Yes, that's exactly right. Burn him.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun?
Ding!
I think I've said enough that even you can figure out the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot.
What manner of trickery is this?
He, reaches for his hair to throw it. I'm like, wait a minute. That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins?
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? So close to the balloon graveyard.
The memorial for the balloons was yesterday. 9/9 was the day we lost all those balloons. Hence the song, 99 Red Balloons. That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse.
Look at the kiddo! I want to trade these coins with you.
That's it. That That balloon girl was holding. It explains everything. I read that so wrong. That balloon that girl's holding. It explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Meh. Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. And maybe his paycheck back. I shall see to it to myself that he is released. Wait, I want to be there when you do it. It'll be funny. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. Why is he our friend if we made him wait in jail longer? Caitlin, thank you for the 20. Oh, you have a good night, Caitlin. Thank you for the 4 red balloons. Was it because of my Poggers red balloon reference? Or because you know I'm going to bawl my eyes out by the end of this? And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Thank you, Caitlin, for the 20. Again, all that money goes straight back into the channel, helps me pay for games, pay off equipment, and help Bill pay his bills. Poggers, let's go. Got something pretty wizard coming up once we finish Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth 1. Anyway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. Thank you, Keith. District Court, Courtroom 3. Chibi Franziska is barely taller than the little, what are they called? The little benches. The defense and the plaintiff bench or whatever. What is it now? Is it time for my trill already? I've already told you a gazillion times. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that. No, no, no. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. I guess so. Oh my God, is he not telling because she said, please promise, because I don't want my dad to find out that I had a sweet? I'll fucking cry. What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just part of the investigation. This is part of the Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth investigations. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony, I'm going to kick your ass. Yow! My whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood? Chat, are we committing crimes? Like, I feel like these are war crimes. I got you, pal. Think back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony. It's obvious Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. He's too scared to make eye contact. While I was on duty. I came down here to the courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of Lobby No. 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole team A. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. Pal. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. Oh, sorry. It's on shuffle. Never made it as a wise man. And then, was Art Pop out here in 2013? Yeah? Applause, applause. I live for the applause, applause. Live for the applause, applause. Live for the way that you...
But November.
Yeah, but Applause was a lead single, so that was early. Yeah. So Applause came on. Kirby Princess, how you doing? Ooh, wah. He has to hide all of his pop music in between like rock and metal. And whatever Nickelback would be. Is Nickelback rock?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it new metal? No. I didn't think so. I know he's lying, and it's time I pull the information I need out of him. Time to pull out, gamers, and get our justice all over the place while I was on duty. Press or present? Press. Okay. Came down here to this courthouse and detected Bab's orders. As soon as I got here, ordered me stand guard from lobby number 2. Time on until I heard the gunshot. I was in the hallway. Hold it! You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby no 2, pal. What else? Very well then. What exactly does guarding that door entail? Well, to put it simply and cleanly, I can know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. I am going to flay him alive. Like, she's so terrifying. Oh, he's dead. F in the chat for Gumshoe. F in the chat for Gumshoe. F in the chat for who? Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we're all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. Youch! But I'm not lying. I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. And until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from... So... Press on a different one? Okay, that's what I was going to do, because the handprint. Is that a different statement? Objection! It is. Okay, it felt exactly the same. We had a lot of fun between statements. I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench. Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. That's what the sex room is for. I mean, the what? You inconsiderate slovenly pig. Eek. I promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now then, shall we get down to business to defeat the Huns? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door? If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? You ought to know by now, ought to know by now. Is that all you get for your money? Furthermore, $6? Is that all you get for your dollars? Just 2 Swiss cake rolls. What's this economy? Oh, if that's the economy, then I'm objecting. You should never argue with the child with the whip. You ought to know by now. You suck. Great choreography. Furthermore, if you don't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Youch! It appears that Franziska's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words are nothing compared to a whip. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the... Can you not... If he's just, like, standing in front of a door, can he not eat? So I didn't want to say anything. Maybe it's just unprofessional. Robeson, thank you for the 5. Was that for the free concert y'all got? Joke's on you, it wasn't free. Donate, like, subscribe, become a member. It wasn't free. Haha, Ticketmaster, I hardly. You have to donate because I sang. I'm the Mandarin now. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. The dirty deed. Done dirt cheap. Dirty deed. Done dirt cheap. Dirty deeds and the done dirt cheap. Ooh, what weird musical references I'm making today. I'm sorry that I'm not hip with the kids. This one's for my fellow millennials. And above. These are for the millennials who listen to their parents' music. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Sigh, okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for. You got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement. It may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Oh, I'll get him hot, show him what I've got. See? A little more modern. Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal. Nothing else to lose. If only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true. I swear there's nothing else, eh? Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Huh? Oh, gosh, in this economy? Remind me again, pal? That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. Jesus, maybe we should put the court on trial for all that highway robbery. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. What economy is this? He got a bonus check and he couldn't even buy a Swiss roll? What's happening? Is it because he was a detective for like a week, so it's like technically this is your annual bonus because you're new? What happened to this poor man's finances? How does he live? He lives in his jacket. He eats it. He keeps licking the jacket, and that's why it turned green. He licked the vanilla off of it. Now it's sour apple. Isn't that right? Oh, let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? Arg, I told you, I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so there's no one who would have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, what did you do? Of course I do. What? How? No proof that there might have been someone else there in the hallway. The balloon, right? Yeah. No? Oh, the Swiss roll that you dropped. Whatever. Both are applicable. I'm a genius. Fight me, game. I challenge you. Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it. Thief! Scout! He just tackles me and arrests me. How dare you? What? I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal. He just throws the cuffs at him. Now, put him on. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? If all cops are bastards, what are you, a cop or a thief? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh, there were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but then you gave the other to a certain other person, didn't you? Okay, I feel better now. No way, pal. You've got it all wrong. I ate both of them. Kick him in the nards again, sweetheart. Let's go, kiddo. Fight him. Fight him. Defend Gummy. Stand up to authority when you know they are in the wrong. Challenge it. Register to vote. Challenge. Let the revolution begin. Oh, I'm going to cry. It would appear that we've caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's K. K what? K-I-C-K-Y-O-U-R-A-S-S. K Faraday. Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you. Oh, I'm okay. I'm not a you. I'm Kay. Kay, you know, good little girls don't kick other people. He's fucking lying to you. You kick authority. You challenge them when you feel that they are wrong. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do. Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest. She did. Oh, good. Gummy? Is this why everyone's been calling him Gummy? Chad, I'm gonna beat you all up. Is that why everyone's called him Gummy? Is because she calls him Gummy? You owe me buddy. All of you owe me buddy. Fuck all of you. Line up. Thethirdbill.com. You all apologize. I'm gonna make merch that just says, I owe an apology to the third bill, and you have to wear it every day until you actually give me an apology. My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Oh, free Gummy. Kay, it appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Rawr! I'm a puppy and a ninja. Oh, sorry. Am I in control now? Oh my god. Now then, Kay. Hiss! I'm a cat dog. She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her something. Give her the Swiss roll. Kay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Oh god. Thank you, Choose You 2. You're the only one that's been forgiven so far. My apology fee for contributing to your tears over Gummy. That's so fucked. You have to admit it, because I started calling him that too. I'm like, haha, what a silly, fun little fandom. No, you're all a bunch of assholes. The A in Ace Attorney stands for assholes. I hate all of you. Like, I was doing it too. Like, you're all a bunch of dicks. Like, I was like, haha, Gummy. What a fun little fan base. Fuck you guys. I hate everyone here. You know what? You know what? Rightworth is canceled. No one does hand stuff. That's not true, and you know that's not true. Rightworth for life. I'm a right or die for. I'm a right or die for Rightworth. Oh, a Swiss roll. She ate the wrapper. It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it? Yeah. No, that's cool. You know what? I see where you get it, Chad. It's not your fault. You guys are assholes because this game is an asshole. You like asshole games. It's your fault. It's this game's fault. It's not yours.
This got me more than the stupid fairies.
Oh my god. I was saving it for... Oh. Yo, I hate anime. Oh my god. like we can't, like you can't even look at me. Like your face is so red. Are you okay? I was saving it for Daddy. Like, fuck you, dude. Da-ding. Da-ding. And just then, the Von Karma children's hearts grew 3 times its size. Oh. Oh, my. Your father, he's Has no one told her? Oh my god, Gumshoe. Fuck, I really miss him. This isn't fair, dude. Don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet. I can't fucking... Fuck this, I'm playing Elden Ring. Fuck it. Oh, fuck it. Like, why today? Like, fuck me. Like, can you give me, like, a paper towel or something? Like, my hands are, like, my fingers are, like, wet. I'm just pushing oil into my eyes. Oh. Fuck anime. This is why drawing shouldn't move? Maybe if we paid people properly, they wouldn't destroy us like this, huh? Ugh. Thank you. Like, you can't protect him forever, but you can do it for a little bit. Oh, great. Now they're all smudged and I suck at cleaning my glasses. I hate it here. No. I want this game cleaned. Fix it. Where the fucking... Go back to big titty anime girls going like, haha, I didn't kill him, girly. Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know. God, fuck you. The writers, not the little child. Not the fictional child. I overheard the... Jesus Christ. Hey, who wants a trip to the vending machine, huh? I overheard the guards talking. About how Daddy, he's not here anymore. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Can I go home? Like, fuck you. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Fuck me. Crowns in chat, because he didn't drop shit. I'm sorry I couldn't... Fuck you. I can't even read it. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay. I'm not gonna cry. No, kiddo, it is okay to cry. Yeah. I'm not gonna cry. It's alright. Oh, fuck. Oh, it just hit me again. His dad's also gone. Dude, anime is a sin. It's done. It's made by witches. Burned the witches at the stake. I'm done. I'm done. I give up. I give up. Oh, the music's nice too. Let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. Oh, God. It's really bad. Let me try to... Can you see it? That's just from me. It's not even... That's just gunk. Like, what is that? I think that's from me trying to... Oh, fuck. I didn't want to reveal my full face to you until at least 200,000 subscribers on both channels. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse. Didn't think of that either when I was a young child. When I was a young man, my father took me to a trial. Christ. It is okay. Thank you. Why didn't you use the new one? No, the new one's the white and blue one. You silly goose. It's okay. It's okay. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. Oh my God. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. They will rise, King. Dude, I hate anime. Cartoons are the devil. They're just here to take your soul. And now the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident. I'm going to stop you right there, bud. Actually, Edgeworth, I'm going to stop you right there. According to the flashback drawing in your mind, someone shot from outside the elevator. Like, he solves the case. Anyway, ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now to have this happen right in front of me. This child. I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us. Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry? You're right. Sorry about that. Here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Oh! Oh. Jealous. Oh. Now we know why he had to get that uniform framed. He had to get it cleaned, and he didn't want anyone to touch it ever again. Oh my God. She blew her nose in his fucking ascot. No, my cravat. Whatever. Don't blow your nose on that. I feel better now, thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to just keep controlling the game and acting like that didn't just fucking happen? Well done. Okay. Are you gonna be alright? Yep. I'm already alright. Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not gonna push it. That's a weird fucking thing to say. I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers. And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Meow. Even if I can't see my daddy anymore, I'm still gonna keep all my promises. Get the fuck out of here, Kay. I'm so sad. You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good child for keeping the I'm also... Yeah. I'm glad that this had an impact on Franziska a little, too. You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Franziska is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. I didn't think of that. I just thought it was just a papa thing. Cool. Okay, what kind of person was your father? Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense. We are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my app. Gumshoe just comes back. Thud! Have as many as you want. Just pulls it out from the hallway. Daddy would buy my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Oh? Fuck you. They're gonna eat Swiss rolls as grown-ups in the present day, and I'm gonna throw my PlayStation out the fucking window and then follow it. I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. I see. And what have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together. A promise notebook. May I take a look inside? Sure, okay. It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Haha. This little girl's keepsake from her dead father and personal diary is now going to be in a court record. Sorry, an investigation organizer. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero, just like your father. In every sense of that word, including if you may have been a vigilante. I'm gonna try. Hey, Kay. So I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me... Oh, yeah, dude, yes. Yes. Not all heroes wear capes. One of them wears a trench coat. That makes me a hero, too. Chat, he's Hellboy. Yeah, you're really cool, too, Gummy. Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What's with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero, too. Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail. I'm really sorry about that. Gummy is not a bad man, okay? I will fuck you up. That poor judge, he's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? Oh, I'm okay. I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier? Yup. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy? How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways. That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right? Ah, you got me. I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Oh, fucking kill me. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well... I didn't really have a lot of money. No, I figured it out, dude. I don't need this part spelled out for me. I figured it out myself. Oh, I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had, but that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1, and that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure. But at least, let me ask you, even with that $1, you still don't have enough, correct? Well, that's why... Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to fuck your dad. I'm gonna arrest you, pal. I'm gonna fuck your DAD. That's not the word you spell in front of the child, Gumshoe. Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest? Oh, God. Yow! I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your roughly thing. Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay. I have a spare. Of course he does, and it's in his pocket right now. So here, you can have this one? Fucking lucky, she's having the best. Wait. You can have this one. Wood. Oh, you didn't have to animate it, but you totally did. Game of the year. Game of the year. I feel like I underpaid for this. $40? $70. At least. But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger. It's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page. Never take things from a stranger. Never go anywhere with a stranger. All right, then. I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you... Shut up. I'm not playing the rest of this game. I'm not playing the rest of this game. I'm not playing the rest of this game. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. Doesn't matter. About to unplug the PlayStation. We're never finishing this. I'm never playing the rest of this game. I hate all of you. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. Donate, join, like, subscribe, comment. Comment, nerds. You owe me. You owe me. You all owe me. I'm so sorry, King. I'm so sorry, King. You could take it home, wash it nice and clean, and give it back to me the next time we meet. You know, in present goddamn day. Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. I know he handed it to her, but that looked like he went, ha, never mind, and put it back on his neck. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in that hallway. Ooh. I told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon? You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's, well... Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake. Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. Ah, so that's why. So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? He promised. If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious that the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay? Yeah, never take things from a stranger, never go anywhere from a stranger. Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I like that one. He knew he was gonna die. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Kay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love, your daddy.
Take that!
I hate this game. I hate Phoenix Wright so fucking much. Ace Attorney. More like Max Attorney. More like Fail Attorney. Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook? How does this explain everything? If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool. Ow! Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why. Gummy! At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now?
Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. Fuck me. I'd been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. I like how that's his witness taking the stand, like, sprite, but it's in front of a vending machine. But all the cash you had on you is $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? Oh, fuck me. Huh. After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had about $1 in coins. So we pooled my 5 and her 1 together and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad, but don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Okay, in case there is a child watching, don't make promises and deals with strangers. This is fictitious, and also Gumshoe is literally a 12-year-old. Like, like the logic, dude, her dad was already dead. Why were you covering for her at that point? Besides, you bought it with me, so you didn't really get it from me, you know? He told me it'd be okay, and he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy. Also, per her children's logic and Gumshoe's logic, her dad would have realized she got it somehow. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway, okay, I believe this also belongs to you. F in the chat for the balloon. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. Anime Pog, let's go. It was the one piece is real. Am I saying it right? It was sitting high up on a windowsill windows almost goddamn windows sill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. Christ, my headcanon was not as devastating as this. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. She's a tyrant. Her little pink knot chucks. Look at her. Oh. Wow, you really got me there, pal. I'm still hungry. Gumshoe's still starving. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one. Can we get her own Swiss rolls? She was gonna give the other one to Gumshoe anyway. Oh, he's the gum that shoot up. Shut up. Oh my god. He's not the gum that shooed, but the shoe that gummed up. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright. I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt, Kingdom Hearts is light, that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders. I was about to say, we're going to wrap this up quick, right? Like, we're almost done. But that's not long, is it? Okay. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have... Ma'am, we're having a moment. We're going to have to pause the funny voices for a while, chat. I'm sorry. Detective Gumshoe's the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu. Pwa, aha, aha, ha, 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 ha. I'm getting lectured on manners.
by a girl with a penchant for whipping people? Blah. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Duh. Write that down. Oh, what have we here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Aren't you a lawyer? What do you think? Her dad just fucking died. Cancelled. Bailiff, please take this child away. No, you're not the judge. What? Miss Callisto, you? That girl is Faraday's. I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. What? I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but you see, isn't it obvious that could only be the detective? He's the only one who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. No, I will burn this entire courthouse to the ground. But the investigation's far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? Suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Oh, sorry, like, all my snot is reverted into my system. It's very gross. Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Why are we gonna act like the most beautiful thing didn't just happen? Haha, down, Tigress. Ma'am, she's 13. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all the circumstantial evidence. This investigation's not over yet. There's still one location we've yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. Oh, God. Right, it's not terribly long. We can finish this. This is important to me now.
Yeah.
Are you sure? I wasted so much time crying. Maybe if only I time management better by not
I
crying.
guess it'd be maybe a half an hour.
Okay. Then yeah. No silly voices. Keep nudging me, and we'll get it at a good pace. I really want to know how this ends. And I need a good cry after this. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Robeson, thank you for the 10. Yes, I am indeed wrecked. That's why I had to reinforce this chair. Thank you, Robeson, for the 10. Oh my God. Uncle Bad, is that it? Uncle Bad? Huh? Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it. Aw, too bad, but it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks! I'll treasure it always. These two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here, I've got something else for you. If he's the killer, I'm going to throw my PlayStation out the window and then jump out with it. Thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy. Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe? Gummies? He was trying to be nice to me because I was going to get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy, I know he didn't kill Daddy. Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying. I'm not crying. Wow, she really isn't crying. Okay. Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady, too. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? Buddy, why didn't you go home after your dad died? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. Oh. Dude, wow. I'm related to this investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess with the crime scene. Now you let this child run free? Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay? All right, I'm counting on you. Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. Yeah, what is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay? I won't forgive whoever did this. Dude, same. This anime person's going on the list. An infinite pass, no matter which character it is. I will never smash. Never, I say. God is my witness. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. Okay, where do I go? Quick. God damn it. Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy. Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay? It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. Sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Huh. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is that overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Some of us might have an allergy. Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra-strong perfume Yu wears. She spilled some of it. Sus. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still here. Sus. Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand. Queen. She said it's a famous brand from overseas. It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it. Huh? I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. Old Spice. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail. Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? So now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears. Fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'll go back to investigating. Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. Fantastic. Also a Capcom game. That remaster came out. I don't know if I want to play the Dead Rising remaster. It looks cool. So you were in this room the entire recess? Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. At least your story's consistent. Earlier you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. Then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in two different locations? Guess I am. Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Ugh. Big oof. Let's see. Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the Kajate incident. And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece. Oh, yeah, and that connects to Gumshoe and Kay. Cool. Video games are a sin? And, yep. But because you were the lead detective on the case, da-ding, you knew? I always know that today's trial involving the Kodopian Embassy staff member is being referred to as the second Kajate incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday and the Kajate incident. No, if you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Jesus Christ, we're getting nowhere through this list. It just keeps rebooting. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the Kajate incident. It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved, You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. Ooh, tea. It was a lollipop this whole time? The honest truth behind the Kajate incident. Da-ding. Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we three were involved with the Kajate incident. Faraday and I were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front. A facade? Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed. Then what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Deveray. Wait, secretary, but that's a fella. Bleh. I had a joke and it's gone now. I think it was the other way around. I think I was going to go, fellas, finally, some representation for male secretaries or something. I'm too upset to think good. To be honest, this guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring, but he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat. Classic Joey Wheeler move, am I right? Ever since Battle City. The boss man of the Amano Group, he can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do? Suspect Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed, but the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, CC, I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu, I did mention that as well. Miss Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap. What kind of a trap? The holes in this jacket are a testament to that. Wait, what? Da-ding. You mean you were fired? Those are... Bro, do you not get new jackets? You only get one per person for life? You were shot at? You were shot in a lot of places in that jacket. You were fired upon? You were shot at that many times in one gunfight? No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to, remind myself of what I really am. Of the lesson I learned from the KG-8 incident. I see. I couldn't protect CCU and the suspect was found not guilty. We'd hit a brick wall as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. About when you first met Miss Yu, it was on the day the verdict of the Kajate incident was handed down, was it not? Yes, Faraday and we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do, but just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop it just a slap. No, that's what the rest of the bullet holes are from. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been permanent enough. Ruh-roh. I suppose not. You said it herself, that she never wanted to see either of us ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? There's snot in my mustache still. Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the Kajate incident, had come to a close. Even after it come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and get involved in a variety of cases, but it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them? Yeah, Yu was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for the leads regarding the KG8 incident, and for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable. Yeah, never did that in this series. Thank Gorsh. You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of a von Karma? Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman. You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. Oh my goodness. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor, known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we had her together. We cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case. Do we touch a nerve? I have only one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial, to prove that Rell was not the real Yatagarasu, which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time to prove or disprove the accusation, but I guess I won't be doing that either. I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rell. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu. What? The Kajate incident, the second Kajate incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rell claimed to be the Yatagarasu, however, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time. Sorry, I had a Swiss cake roll and a hot dog. And the milk. And the juice. Reason, huh? So in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell's cold-blooded killer, I believe that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu. If it'll help you solve the case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu. What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. No. Still accidentally whipped me anyway. There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. I see. So those are the Yatagarasu special traits? Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief. The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rell wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away. But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't. Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence? Until now, the Yatagarasu, God, this is weird saying it so many times, would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I and a select few others knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it? That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure. And just what sort of card is it? Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. And that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now. You guys talked so long that we closed. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad. Oh, shit. It just went. Did it not? Oh, I can... Hello? Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. I became a prosecutor to find an answer to that question myself. That was way too complicated. And to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. What about the innocent ones, King? Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited. For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. So I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony. Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Franziska, there is no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor, Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor? The evidence? Your Honor. Oh, you, yes. Can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job? Rude. Yes, sorry. And I would, except that the defense attorney has yet to arrive. She's busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case. Understood, Your Honor. Pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case, and maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. Place all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you. I see. Thank you very much. Yuck. So this is the evidence related to today's Codopian Embassy trial for Mr. Faraday's bag. You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right? Yes, finally we can take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed. I want to take a good look at all the evidence from the embassy murder, too. Why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about. Wah. Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today. I see someone still sore about not being picked by Mr. von Karma. It's also real to see the knife up close. So we have the knife, the gun, an envelope, and what's the organizer doing here? Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside the evidence bag. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation. Detective Bad said that? What a strange stroke of luck. Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it, too. I won't rest. Ever. This gun. It was originally used to kill the Cohodopian embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rel still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then, the gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. Do I have to click on all of them? Okay. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art can be used for such a cruel act? And it's never crossed your mind that you use your writing crop for the wrong purpose? Ha ha ha. Mr. Faraday's organizer, I hardly. It appears he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rel convicted down in here. I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rel was the killer. Between the handgun had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. Here's Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rel was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rel is not the real Yatagarasu. It also appeared that he had proof that Mr. Rel was not Yatagarasu. Okay. Matter, you can try to play it along. As long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. He apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. Hope this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rel may have made about being the real Yatagarasu. And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rel was the guilty party in the embassy murder. His organizers are clues straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. I just read it. Look, there's a picture stuck between these pages. Okay, it appears to be a key. A rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. Craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer? The Yatagarasu's key? Detective Bad said something earlier. What's different about this time was the evidence used in the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated. Yes. The Yatagarasu. We just saw this. Boop. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep the secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rel. That's the only logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. I know, I've tried. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse? I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife is a knife and came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I'll need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Franziska. What? Then what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. I'm a little stumped. The key is in the pen. No, the key's in the knife? Oh, I was like, yeah, the key's in the knife. And it's like, I'm confused that, so the knife is the answer then. Okay. Take that! But they still couldn't bring in the knife, could they? I don't see how that answers my question at all. Every piece of evidence has some secretive aspect about it. Oh, then I demand to know what the secret is to this one. All right, maybe there's no secret to this one. What? They just told me no. I believe I need to take another look at the evidence. The knife, Oh. Wait. It won't let me examine it, though. Examine the knife?
Take that!
It won't let me. Yeah, there's no examine button for the knife. Oh, present the photo of the key first?
Take that!
The Yatagarasu's key, yep. Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just need to look a bit closer, Franziska, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say. Excuse me. It appears that you finally caught up, and yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. But that's impossible. Is it impossible? So, even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail. There we go. There it is. Da-na-na-na. Oh, cool. I thought it was going to slide out of the handle. That's pretty dope. Dude got killed by a key. I can't believe it turned into a key. To think that there was such a trick to this thing. So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Photo of the key. Yeah. And that's where they got the name. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea that the key was holding a knife blade, and it's called a key blade. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew more about the key than even Mr. Faraday, meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place, the great thief Yatagarasu. Da-ding? Maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu. Maybe he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? Not really, especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier, but when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu. It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. Key. Are you done? Took a look through these documents before the trial started. Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it. Suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly, in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. You're to blame. You give all the bad name. Mike Rel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned. Because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence he had. Mr. Rel was caught in the act on film by a security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I'd thought. I can't believe he didn't notice a security camera. The Kodopian embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. Have you seen the contents of the video for yourself? It's not enough. Yeah, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rel on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. So true, Queen. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court. Surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Video showing the moment at which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties? What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for? No, Your Honor. That was dumb. The most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not among the evidence you laid out for me. But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene. There is something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime defendant lobby. No two. Holy shit. I still have snot just dripping down my face. Oh my god. Don't lick your duties, chat. This isn't a joking matter. That's Detective Bad, but who is he with? I've never seen that officer before. So did you find it? No, not yet, and I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. Kaka, Kiki. It's the other one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? I'm a little bit of everything all rolled into one. What was that all about? And who was that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. Does he even know that we're standing right behind him? I know he's standing right behind me. What do you want, kids? Ding? It looks like you were paying attention after all. Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. So that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye on who or what is behind him at all. I hope that's true. So tell me, Detective Bab, who was that rude man just now? The guy came here from the Republic of Zhengfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch. By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. That guy is more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude. Disagree. Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad? Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt that. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. So what do I do? Oh, I could talk to... That's fun. Now what? Do I talk to him or do I leave? Okay. Earlier... God, we've talked to him so much. Earlier you in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You're quite the busy man, Detective Bab. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, we'll see. I'll draw. I will draw for you one way or another. Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation? I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Please, we were asking for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me. I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about? Things you don't know about? Weren't you supposed to know something? He should. Is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting answers. The key. Detective Bad, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same? What? That's impossible. Looks like he didn't know after all. Look at those eyes. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct? I guess so. However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was, in fact, a knife. Yeah, I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago, you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for. Yeah, that's right. And why were you searching for it? Because I promised Faraday, promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life? Detective Bad? So that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more. All right. It doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Time of the murder. Detective Bad, I ask that you testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1. My answer's still the same. And this is the last time I'm doing this. That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up. Find the truth. I was like, I thought we were just going to do the eye thing, but I had to click it. I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around. This is the longest testimony ever. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and we all ran into lobby 2. I'm going to press? Yeah. Okay. Sounds like the exact same story you told us before. Indeed. However, I feel we have yet to draw out all the information we can. I read that as Bad Dad's movements. I was in lobby number 1. We were talking about trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene.
Hold it!
You sure about that? Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give the other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until the... Oh, the balloon. Wow, it's Spider-Man 2 all over again. I guess it'd be the balloon piece? Yeah.
Objection!
So I was like, I don't think we had, like, judge's testimony from P time in the court record. Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? That you never made it as a wise man? Or you couldn't cut it as a poor man? Stealing? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. Oh, so you knew about that girl's balloon? Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point? What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of the balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Oh? So the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at the time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? Well, so? We just proved that there's a flaw in your testimony. The crackling of the truth is louder than the sounds of your sweet naivete. Cracking. Don't worry, that's not a cigarette. It's a lollipop. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? It's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. But what is that supposed to mean? The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material. Da-ding? Then you mean... Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. No, Grant. I knew that's what he was going to say. And that means that Scruffface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he couldn't hear any sign of a struggle. No. That's also why it's only natural. that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now, you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic, not the other way around. Zoinks, the other way around. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear real gunshots either. And yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean, how? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh, how so? If the rooms are so soundproof, as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears? I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it than Faraday's murder that I had thought. Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It all boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot. Oh God, my throat. Heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again. Huh? Ding. The state of the crime scene. Wait, can it be? Yeah, the window is open. It's that ultra strong perfume you wear. She spilled some of it. No. Oh. And way too noisy. No. Surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? I think we could imagine what a VHS tape looks like, though. I thought his last name being Bad was a red herring. I feel like it was the lady, though. Were they in cahoots? It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows, and yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through open barred windows. Yeah, they were watching the tape up there for sure. Oh, they played the recording of it. These pieces don't fit quite. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, they played the recording of the gunshot because they were like, wow, what great audio quality. Oh, God. Now then, what else besides a smell can go both in and out of an open, barred window? The answer is sound. The answer was sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. Since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. And they used the evidence for the kiss. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me. They have to play it, just that freaked me out. Left quite an impression on me when it was playing during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, what you thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television. TV? Damn thing will steal your soul. Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. Shit. Okay, I won't rest. Ah, yes. I love smoking a TV. It's a video player. There seems to be a videotape inside. It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. This tape. Could it not be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video? Oh, fuck. I'm having flashbacks. Knock yourself out. Alright then, let's rewind this and see what we have. If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see. And this is footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member. I knew it. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video was here. The missing piece of evidence, the surveillance video, was here all along. Yeah. This sound, what's the meaning of this? It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder. Do you mean that you've figured it all out then? Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot detective what the gunshot detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was. And through where they heard it from. Nah, fine. If that's the case. Show me what you deduced. Now to show what the gunshot detective Bad heard was and through where they heard it from. Okay, I won't rest. Yeah, the open window. Uh-huh. The tape, the open window. Yeah, here's when I'm like on the path and then I keep thinking back to the logic pieces. So I'm looking for loud TV, the evidence piece. And it's like, it's not in the organizer. That's in my mind palace. I can't say the TV was loud. I could only think it. If the doors and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer, ow, oh my butt. Exactly, and the Blue Badger music starts playing again. The killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. It's true, this courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were. However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot. Well, the windows in lobby number 1, number 2, and the hallway were open, so naturally the people in those locations could hear it. But then why would the criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose? Correct. It's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Okay, I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it the killer wanted to manipulate a perception of? When the crime took place. Right? Yeah, because I was about to say, did we find another... He still had a bullet wound in him. Unless you're going to pull some Dexter bullshit and shoot a stab wound. The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. Still can't believe he shot a guy wearing flip-flops. So that's why the tape was left running. You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. Meh. Must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. Investigation complete. Yeah, heal me, please. Thank you. That was bullshit. It was a communication error. It was a technicality. I had to look at it and then present it.
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
Miss Yu was asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says she's identified the murderer, but she wants to clarify something.
Looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood. Please tell her I'll be right over. I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. Oh my god. 20 more minutes, my ass. Ugh. Like, we have to now. It's basically done now, right? I just can't decide. I'm pretty sure it's Miss You. I feel like Detective Bad is a red herring name. Because he seemed genuinely shocked. But it's one of the two of them. Can someone watch the child? Okay, what are you doing here? Ah, hello, mister. I'm still investigating. But the object you're looking for is already... Okay. Don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation. Okay, you got it. Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any task will do. Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. Like, I feel like it's got to be Miss You because the perfume is why she opened the window, or why he opened the window. I don't know. Or that was his excuse for opening the window. It's annoying. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment at which we can finally lay this case to rest. Ha ha ha. That moment at which we can finally lay this case to rest? Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? Puh. I think we've more than solved this case already. Push, don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see. We have a viewer in the gallery. And why, even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander. Viewer, I hardly. I have a duty to see this case through to the end. No matter how bad it turns out. Oh? Is that right? I feel like it's her, right? Am I nuts? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what you've searched away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Oh my god. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe. No, burn the witch at the stake for such lies. I'm enacting the Crucible. Crucible logic, fuck you. And that's all you have? Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case. Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. Even though technically we're only having a conversation, it'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think? How absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. Alright, I'll play along. It's not like you have lore that we have to fit into this, so this can't technically be his first trial. If my logic is correct, I've already won. All I have to do now is prove it by showing who the real killer is. It's her. Everyone sans the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the area around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated. I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. Of course. Still need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any cards she has up her sleeve. Was this your card? The 4 of diamonds! Oh my god! Everyone says this was from the gun went off.
Hold it!
The suspect? But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. Ahaha, you joking, Edgeworth. I assure you this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Miss Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yeah, that is correct, and it was a beautiful moment. But see, there was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? The problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. I see she's done her research as well, which means I should focus on drawing out. Okay. My bad. The areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion. You're just staring at me. Every single one? In this economy? I did the first one just now, right? I'm tired. Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. The scrunched eyebrows and lines in your forehead are back. Anyway, if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene lobby number 2 is no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. Besides, he claimed to be there. That makes him the only possible suspect. But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden? Over the garden wall, so to speak? That's the first place everyone looked, silly. Someone died. Don't call me silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad? Yeah. There wasn't even a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. I suppose they really did check everything they could to be relevant to this case.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape? Of course I'm sure. Why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal will be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Oh, I'm okay. Great. Please with one unshakable conclusion. Detective Gumshoe's the killer. No, he's not. You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? But you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you know someone. It doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. Oh, so you're the killer. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. Flip this. Suppose we really reached the end now. I already have my card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Franziska or myself speaking with you about the subject. But there are witnesses. For you, this is your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door at the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or law or anything else. Cool. Wait, so basically the only reason Franziska bothered to show up today was because she found out I was about to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about him? If you looked into what people were doing during that span of time, what kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1, the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, let's talk about that. Da-da-da-da. When you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe's the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? Ding. That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of when the... Rude. Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot was heard in lobby number 1. Care to explain how that could have been fabricated? Again, just the tape, right?
Take that!
Just the tape? Just the tape? That tape? Yep, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video, but I do, which leads me to my next point. Oh my god. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. Ding. That's the only thing I could think of too. Thanks, man. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe. Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already know that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles? Of course, we know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Obviously. We had no idea until a while ago. That's right, and if the rooms were soundproof, then we should have not been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. And that's it. End of story. It's not. Ding. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from soundproof room? The window was open. Yeah. Because my question is, what was the explanation that the killer wanted to leave for why we could hear it? But it doesn't matter. There's actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. It is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window is open in each. Da-ding. Now we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. Ugh. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened. Ahaha. It's probably just coincidence they were both open at the time. It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be open. The person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... It's her. I'm like 99% sure I'm not looking at you.
Take that!
Let's go. Let's go. The music's still going. I hereby formally indict you in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. Ding. What? You indict me? Yes, I did it. Poggers, let's go. Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she's the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet. But of course I'm serious. Because she's the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss You still feel like laughing now? Oh, thank you, Choose You Too. That's so embarrassing. I did drop that. Of course. So polite. Of course I do, Edgeworth. My argument must not be tight enough yet. Gotta make it tight. Although I never thought I thought things would spiral into this, but I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof that it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this, especially with logic as full of holes. Don't you dare talk to me about holes. Oh, my voice is giving out. And this is where it really starts. Mustn't let my guard down for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now it's time to put the Patent Von Karma body. Perfect proof to the test. It'd be the perfume, right? Proof that it was I who did that? Tape, yeah. I who did that. Yep. Got it right here. Oh, I can't pour it out, though. Franziska wants it for science. I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss You? Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys. You know, boo! Boo! Burn her now. Guilty. Gender's a construct, and you are a double murderer. What? This isn't mine. That's right. It's mine. I received it from Detective Bad, you see. Miss You, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure. That you are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. Ha ha ha. And that you're super easy to rile up. So, what about the perfume? Well, while you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume that, according to Detective Bad, Him. Oh, I know. You always knew that if you spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window. Come now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window. Timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean, Miss you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1. When you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway, is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could have only been thought up by you, Miss You. Silly. You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume? Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. You did it. Like, it's done. Like using some of murder over a spilled ball of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. Never mind. She's innocent. So true, Queen. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, her testimony is flawless, and it exposes Papa. But no matter what sort of trick she has to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking information, I'll just draw it out of her. Press or present. Press. It's not every single one. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the knife. 100%. At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'll show you when we get there. Oh. Huh? I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. Ah, so that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key that Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a blade that can unlock all hearts, even yours, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Da-ding. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now. Be honest. Never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony so I could study this later and take notes. Why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like. There was a key in the evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key. Oh, yeah? Well, then explain the Kingdom Hearts series. Idiot. Got her. Power of anime. Miss Yu, I wonder if you just might take a look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me accuse you of murder. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it is actually my best friend. It is, in fact, has the secret ability to transform into a knife, which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Grant. Do you understand now? Just no. Sorry, take your time. I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. you would even now still feign ignorance? Buddy, I think she's trying to stab you. I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. They're true. Are you mocking my papa? Kiddo, it's better if you learn now than, I don't know, 7 years from now? 8 even? Has she still not directly talked about that a lot? Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor, hardly. Now take a look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, we already transcended Manfred von Karma by actually using evidence to find the actual guilty person. Technically, we did it as defense attorneys if you think about it too long. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Also, is it the camera? Or, yeah, we're standing on the defense's side. Is it because, like, technically the judge is in the opposite spot? Is the quote-unquote camera on the opposite wall so it looks like we're on the defense side? Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Ding. Furthermore, there's something that Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms. What you are saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife. I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Ooh, what weirdo does that? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication? Nah, hand stuff works just fine. Case dismissed. Unfortunately, this is also impossible, because Detective Bad didn't know about this the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? Probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. Suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will. I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife? Is she Yatagarasu? I thought it was the dad. Well, I guess I'm about to learn something about my gender biases. Selecting a bagel. There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. Aha, and that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu? Huh. Lawyers stealing. Anyway, Miss Yu, you used Mr. Rell to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You, who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do something like this? Point. The ding. Hee 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 hee. Ahaha. 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 Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's everything greater than it's even greater than when I sneak into someplace. You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me. Callisto, you? Uh-huh. Callisto, you? Huh. That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Oh. Oh. Really? Then how did it pass down? Did she give some of her hair for Kay to eat? The ding? Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I hadn't let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. But didn't you say that you despise criminals? But do I really? You. Have you forgotten about the Kajate incident too? Maybe. What sort of woman would... So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? Huh. Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon... With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk to Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu key just like that. He'd never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag, drifting through the wind. And he didn't have a chance to take note of the knife that took his life. Ooh, that rhymed. Write that down. How could you kill him? The ding. I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you kill Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well. I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd killed each other. And that trick with the surveillance tape. Yep, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape, which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client? Oh, is this why then he goes, ooh, defense attorneys suck, and then Mia was doing things, and he's like, oh, you're conniving, and then he tells Phoenix, you're conniving just like your mentor, or however all that chain of command works. He went right up to Mia Fey and was like, so who did you kill? You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client? Client? If you want to talk to me about who was a client of whose first, it was me. Ding. I was the client in the murder of Kodopian embassy staff member Dademan. You ordered a hit job? Huh. You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad? I had Dademan killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? It can't be. That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. Oh, yeah, I thought so. I'm like, no, you're not. It was her dad. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. What? I love the strange edit back to different people than before. Now it's just both of them going, eh. How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Cochin too, do you? Ah ha 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 ha. Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. Ah ha ha ha. That's right, little girl. Yatagarasu's just another killer. Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu, you can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Ha ha ha. Hey, Edgeworth, did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? Do you? Ding. No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Yo, what the fuck, dog? That's not how you object. Ding. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. What the fuck, dog? Nah. You mean the key was your real target? Even after I gave you such great advice. Didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes... Gumshoe. Gumshoe saved them. Gumshoe saved them. They'll never fire him. Gumshoe save him, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Oh, you two get down. Oh my god. Well, she's already shorter than the desk. She's fine. Holy shit. My body... I can't move. Oh, kiddo. Hey, mister, to your right. Da-ding. You. Oh, she saved him. Are you alright, Franziska? I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Huh? Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot. I mean, I know she's okay. What the hell? Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bat, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. He's just sweating. Be cool, be cool, be cool, be cool. He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt? I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Yeah, we should have more concern about the child. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir, Detective Bad, sir. I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what had happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Da-ding! Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? And don't change your jacket. Why? It's a thing. You got it, Pops. Pops? Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. I should get back to the investigation, and someone should find that child. I swear I'll catch you if this is the last thing I do. Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Someone found Kay, right? Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. I missed all the cool stuff. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. It's no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. Yeah, can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Don't ever fuck with me again. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Oh, what is it? What is it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship? A gun!
No.
A check for $5. Perfume. A key. The Swiss roll.
Take that!
Right. Key to my heart. It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you after all. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. Go ahead. Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. Oh. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it went to the dad who gumshoed. It would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him. Whoop! That was good, pal. Can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm Swiss roll paradise or something. Swiss rolls in paradise. Gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she? You only noticed just now? Was his mind not present when we discussed this earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him? Yeah, you bet you, pal. I'm gonna go help. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick... Oh. There it is. The era has begun. I'm gonna stick by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we have to be going now, Detective. Roger, sir, and don't you worry, I'll investigate the next case we're on real well. I'll, be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. I hardly. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. What happened to her? Yeah, as for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... Oh, that's right. We were at Badger World or whatever the hell. So, you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while. Kay, you sure grew up a lot. Of course, but thank goodness. I thought you two had already forgotten about me. You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time? Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They live really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much. Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right. So does it all make sense now? You betcha it does. Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently and... Actually, there is still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. Actually, this doesn't line up with the lore. Huh? First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father. Called it. I manipulated time to make my theory true. I'm like, no, it was her dad. No, it was her dad. No, it was her dad. Hey guys, just got a heads up from Capcom. New update coming in. Was my dad. The real Yatagarasu was my father. Da-ding. Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu. Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden amongst his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I knew for sure. But that's impossible. What's that look? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. All right, then. How do you explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yep. That's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father. Wow! Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was a really great thief, huh? Are you only just a great prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth? Because he was also a great thief. Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed, and the Yatagarasu is no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently. Someone other than you? Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. Alright. Now we gotta kill this fucking clown. The Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card? Yeah, mentioning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu's lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. Well, as soon as I heard the news... fuck. As soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father and Mr. Yu's identities backwards? Yes, because the real Yatagarasu noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Okay. We're agreeing. Okay, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here. Oh, buddy. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you're plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I cannot be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth, it'd be so cool if we helped. Oh, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now? Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. That evil woman? You mean Callisto Yu? I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Be cool. Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. Yeah, she saved your fucking life, dog. Let's go. Huh? Owe me for what? When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I'm not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid. Then you mean? Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things, once and for all. Except this time, despite the trials and tribulations, there will be justice for all. You can't say that. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. Do not betray me, madam. Please. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Isn't that great, Kay? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy. Even though he had completely forgotten about her till just now. What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Bjorn Faraday, Callisto U, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu, and the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Hooray! Oh my god. I'm sorry I had a couple of breakdowns and then we had to go an hour and a half over. I'm so sorry. This is so long. Jesus. Well, we did it. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, we will come back on Thursday to start the final case. We will not be trying to do that all in one chunk. We will split that up into two. So we'll start the final case on Thursday and we'll finish the game on Monday. That was dope. Everything, it's kind of like with most of these kind of games, everything could use with a little bit of fat trimming here and there. But I get it. It's a DS game originally, right? Or a Game Boy game, I guess. So like sometimes it's like, I have to remember that they're repeating some lines because there's a chance that you put the game down and then went, oh, I should go talk to that guy. And then it's like, we should go talk to that guy. Put the game down, open it up. Hey, guy, I'm here to talk to you. By the way, if you hit the help button, we should talk to that guy. So sometimes I have to kind of remember that. But God, that hits so hard. And I don't know. There's just something about just like the kindness there with not only Gumshoe, but also like you can kind of feel the trauma and the cold colliding with like the warmth for Miles and Franziska. Like it was very interesting to see Gumshoe give this girl something that the two of them are so severely lacking in their lives and learning to appreciate it. She better not betray us or I will be so pissed. But I absolutely loved that. I do wish the flashback scene was a little more compact. Because that was one of the things I liked about when you played as Mia in Trials and Tribulations. It was so lean that like all you did was focus on the lore setup implications, the payoffs, and the ultimate showdown stuff. As far as like Mia, Dahlia, Edgeworth, everything. Like I feel like the more compact you can make the setup case, the better. But I like this formula. I like dedicating a flashback or a side story or whatever to setting up the finale. It's a very, so far they've nailed it both times for me, where it's like it's a very well done kind of setup. Here's the characters, here's what kind of happened. I liked how this all kind of trickled in a lot more. I think they kind of took the feedback of hey, some of the cases are like kind of less loved or easy to skip because it doesn't have an impact on the overall story other than, oh, this is the second time we ran into Godot. Oh, this is the second time we ran into Franziska. You know what I mean? So like I think they kind of took that feedback nicely, because I think this came out before Apollo Justice, or it just takes place between the two. But whether it's with Apollo Justice or this one, I'm glad they kind of took that feedback to kind of, you know, let them stand on their own, but let them all connect. I think it's a lot more satisfying when every case connects. Yeah, the games are really long. Yeah, it's weird. I'm still having a hard time with the logic clues and the mind palace thoughts compared to evidence. Like I did it a couple times again today where I'm like, well, wait, we talked about the window. Why isn't that an evidence? Because that wasn't evidence. That was a thought you had to yourself. But I also like exploring the rooms. I don't know. It kind of helps the world kind of feel a little more lived in. And especially with this one, right? And especially with like Kay and everything. And also kind of seeing connections, like the guy who kind of took Gumshoe under his wing. I'm kind of able to slowly, and maybe I think moving through rooms helps me with this a bit. I'm able to attach myself slowly to some of the characters that aren't from pre-existing games. Because for a while I was kind of like, yeah, whoever you are, I'm here to see Franziska, Edgeworth, and Gumshoe hang out, and maybe Phoenix shows up, and everybody holds hands. But I definitely liked, because it's showcasing characters we know at their best. That's like, because Gumshoe's already a hero, but now we got to see him like, she doesn't know yet. She gets a Swiss cake. I'm not going to betray her trust and tell everyone her secret to a literal fault. Like, he's committing a crime. He should be held in contempt of court. But there's just something, God, there's just something about that. It just worked so well. It gives you a more connective tissue with Kay, but it elevates a character you've known since the first game. I just think that they did that so well. I want more of those moments. I want Franziska to have a big moment like that. I want Edgeworth to have a big moment like that. I want other characters that are coming back, Larry even, like somebody, like, even if we got to see like Maya or Pearl or somebody come back and like do something to help. I want to see more of our ensemble in this world step up more like that. It doesn't have to be, because it almost always takes place in a courtroom, right? So now at different locations, we can have a small intimate thing where Gumshoe just helped a girl whose father just died. Instead of like everyone bursts into the courtroom and I object. I think they're really utilizing those changes well. I'm exhausted. My throat hurts. We need to go to bed. It's been almost 6 hours, but this was amazing. But yeah, thank you again so much, everyone, for hanging out. Please remember to like, subscribe, donate if you can. Consider becoming a member. Pick up merch, or you can donate at thethirdbill.com. Leave a super thanks in the comments. I hope you guys enjoyed. I've been having a good time playing this. Again, we're going to do the final case, first half of it on Thursday, and then the finale will be on Monday, and then we're going back to spooky season, and then after spooky season, if not right away, fairly closely, or we'll wrap up the year like we did with Justice for All. We'll start the next Ace Attorney later. I want to do the first one when the game comes out, return to spooky season, do all that Silent Hill jazz, and other horror games, and then we'll go back to Ace Attorney and the like. Let me know if that sounds good by liking, donating, commenting, subscribing, sharing the links, following me on social media, all that stuff, telling Capcom that I'm the chosen one. Big thank you to Choose You 2, Caitlin, Robeson, Choose You 2, and Robeson again. Thank you, everyone, for donating. And even if you can't, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you still had fun. Like I said, if you don't want to or you're unable to donate or become a member right now, make sure you're doing all the free stuff too, liking, commenting, subscribing, sharing links, all that good stuff. Letting your Discords and your Reddits know, hey, this guy's pretty great. He got really tired by the end, but holy crap. Or this guy sucks. Let's watch him. But yeah, this was a really emotional one for me, and I appreciate everyone being kind and supportive of that. Like, I started to feel kind of ridiculous, and I was just like, nah, dude, just feel your feelings. So I just want to give a big thank you to everyone who's nice. And yeah, thank you so much, Alana, for modding. I'm sorry I kept you up so late. Hope to see you next time I upload or go live. Hope everyone's staying safe. Links in the description as always. Remember to register to vote. Double check to make sure you're registered. I just did that the other day, and I'm still registered. So poggers, let's go. Voting, so poggers. Gotta get the young people to Ace Attorney, go to the polls. Remember to register to vote. Be safe, be mindful of others. Remember to take care of yourselves, please.